Good afternoon, everyone. It is high noon and it is the superintendent's workshop. It is Monday, March 14th, 2022. We are in the Joe N. Idolette Junior Teacher Education Center. And at this time, I'd like to turn over the meeting to the superintendent to explain the purpose of this workshop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today at high noon is our the opportunity to present several items to the school board that will either be coming for approval at this evening's meeting or in future meetings. We do have a full agenda where we'll be talking through the business of the board, which is very, very exciting. And we will start our first presentation with a team presentation of Richard Meyer. Dr. Lord is over there, and Ms. Emerson. Dr. Long is over there. I know she was like, get me. Dr. Long and Ms. Emerson, and we're going to be presenting on summer school programming. As you know, last year our intent was to drastically expand the offering for our students, and we were proud to report that we were going to triple the offering for students going into last school year in comparison to the previous school year. We will be able to uphold those numbers going into this school year, so we're very, very proud of that, being able to maintain that level of offering. In addition, one of the key significant shifts as we move into next school year is that we will have available data for us. So as you know, last year the data was severely delayed as a result of the pandemic and the extending the opportunities for students to test. So as data flows in its typical cycle this school year, we will be able to be more strategic in identifying which students need which service, which ultimately will ensure that we have a higher impact on our children as we move forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Meyer to set it up and for presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, and yes, it was quite the honor last year to see the community rally behind our schools and ensure that our students were able to get what they need. I think a lot of that work that we did during the summer is leading to great student outcomes this year. As we know, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon, getting kids from kindergarten to graduation, and as evidenced by the district, having a top 5 graduation rate in the state. A lot of that work is captured in the summertime. That's getting kids caught up, the credit recovery, and that last push for our high school seniors to get across the finish line in the summer months really paid off, as well as all the great foundational work that we're laying in the early grades with some of our earliest learners around pre-K, step into kindergarten. So a lot of great things, and we actually have some new things this year that I will not spoil. I'm going to let Ms. Emerson talk about those in a minute. But first, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Long, our new Director of Extended Learning, who's done a great job this year of supporting all the extended day programs, our after-school programs, and now she's getting right back into some summer learning. So Dr. Long, I'll give this to you, and you can take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent, and all others. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon at high noon. So we're going to go through the slide presentation that was prepared for this, just to give you a synopsis and an overview of what summer school will look like for this year. All right. So you know that the summer programs are focused on academic support and enrichment. This year, we will be offering Step into Kindergarten and Voluntary Pre-K for the intent of developing those kindergarten readiness skills as we've done in the past. Those locations will be at Fellsmere, Pelican Island, Treasure Coast, and Vero Beach Elementary. This year, the goal was to tighten up the usage of schools, not use so many as to help save on the budgeting with transportation as well as getting food provided to those students. So a lot of our programs will be on our larger campuses to accommodate that, but to ensure that we are still providing what is needed for student growth. And if you have any questions, you can stop me at any time. So we will be having a 3rd grade reading camp, and those 2 locations, one in North County, one in South County, are Treasure Coast Elementary as well as Vero Beach Elementary. Again, those are our larger schools and can accommodate more programs and students. And this camp will be for our rising 3rd grade students with an opportunity for them to continue to build on their foundational skills, especially those, and then those who may have been retained or possibly looked at for retention. They can also get an opportunity to build those skills and be ready to reevaluate them at the end of the summer in hopes that they can move on to 4th grade and not be retained. That is the purpose for the enrichment piece and for continuing with those foundational skills. Summer school this year will be from June 6th to July 1st, but we do have 2 planning days in June 2nd and June 3rd for teachers to plan, for principals to get with them, and for some training, if at all, that needs to be done to ensure that the teachers have the skill sets and the support and materials that they will need, curriculum, to foster the teaching that needs to be done during the summer. We will also do in-person, face-to-face secondary summer school because these students need that support. So we will have subject area certified teachers in those rooms with those students. They will be using Edgenuity. However, they will have teacher support there to ensure that if they have questions, they can be answered and that support that they need can be given so that they can be successfully academically. And that's for our middle school students and our high school students. And all of these students will be afforded breakfast and lunch and transportation. And I'm going to let Ms. Emerson speak to this part.
All right, so we were able to write 2 different grants this year through the CTE program. One of them led to the drone camp, a rural innovation drone camp that will be at Sebastian River High School from June 6th to June 24th. This is going to use the Next Wave STEM curriculum for incoming 8th through 10th graders. The goal of this is to build background knowledge so those students can then consider entering into our aerospace technology program. George Anderson, the teacher of the aerospace technology program, will be working with these students, so they'll get to meet the instructor in advance and get some time to build that background knowledge, which we're really excited about. The other camp is through the Entrepreneur Grant, and this is our boot camp. This is going to use junior achievement curriculum, working with the entrepreneurial mindset and allowing students in teams or individually to develop ideas and develop a plan of action, along with the opportunity to present this on June 27th in a Shark Tank. We have some local business men and women who are looking to sponsor and give seed money to a select number of projects and then mentor them throughout the year so they actually get to take it from concept to fruition. So we're really excited about giving that opportunity, and it's a one-of-a-kind right now in the state, and we're excited to see that roll out.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. And then, of course, we will have ESE extended school year as we've had in the past, from pre-K to grade 5 as well as high school. And these students will also be housed at those same school locations, again, to make sure that we are utilizing our space and also cutting down on our budget by utilizing just a few schools. And this is to help prevent that summer slide that can occur with our students of ESE. And that is our presentation. And also with stopping the summer slide, these are all of the programs in a list that we will be providing this summer. We will have Moonshot Academy, as well as literacy on the Lagoon, as we've always had during summertime. Are there any questions?
Board members, who would like to start? Dr. Schiff?
Mine are not difficult.
No worries.
Difficult ones will come later.
No problem.
The summer secondary programs,
Yes.
have we always had those in that same structure? Or is this part of, I know that there's been a push this year to very consciously and conscientiously prepare kids for high school so that when they get to their junior and senior years, they're neither missing credits nor falling behind in ways we could have caught had we been paying attention earlier. Is this part of that, and is this new, or has this been ongoing?
So I'm going to circle back. This is my first year taking over summer school again. In previous positions, I did do summer school for 7 years. And this was the format that we used to ensure that those students that are 8th graders who are just a little short of those courses that they need can be able to go on to high school and not have to sit in middle school another year. And those seniors that are on the cusp of being able to graduate can earn those credits that they need to do that. While in the same time, those students that are rolling up, such as 7th graders or 11th graders, if there's a need, if they've fallen behind, and the schools are keeping up with that, they are doing course recovery and credit recovery during the course of the school year during the day while students are there, but sometimes we have students that can't accomplish those tasks in the time frame that they have. And so this is an extended opportunity for them to get that done. And I hope that answers your question.
I think so.
Okay.
I know that it came to my personal attention this year that there were kids getting all the way to 12th grade and then being told that they didn't have credits to graduate. And so I know some interventions were put in place, but that was, that in conjunction with other things that came to our attention made it clear that we weren't paying sufficient attention all along to make sure that that didn't happen.
Right.
And so I'd like to see this, I would like to believe and see that this is part of that so that no kid ever gets to the middle of their senior year and is then told they don't have the proper credits to graduate and should pursue a GED or other alternative. I don't ever want to see that happen anymore.
Correct. And I do know for a fact that counselors are meeting with students throughout the course of the year to review their credits and where they are and what they still need and what they need to do. They can do that. They can review it. They can tell them. They tell their parents. However, it is incumbent upon the student to actually take the initiative to do it. It's right there for them. There's an opportunity, and the counselors do meet with them on a regular basis to talk about this. They track their credits at the high school to ensure that students have them and are ready to move on to the next grade each year.
Yeah, not a conversation we need to have here, but I know that some of that information doesn't always get through to parents.
Right.
And without that parental support, sometimes the kids aren't able to keep track of it all. And
Correct.
they're not getting the support they need for a whole host of reasons. So it falls to us, right? Because
Right,
it's our
right.
job.
Right.
So that's been a focus of mine.
Yeah, but the
this year.
counselors are contacting parents.
Yeah.
They are. As they tell students, they contact parents,
And I hope
too.
they're doing that in multiple languages when necessary.
That I can't answer right
Because
now,
that's
but I will
really
find out.
significant. And I find that this may happen more and more consistently in Spanish-speaking populations where the communication is breaking down
Of course,
because we're not communicating in either a language or a style
that they can.
that meets the needs of
Receive.
those families.
Okay.
Enough on that. My other question is Emerson. Shark Tank. When that gets scheduled, will you make sure an invitation gets to Mrs. Esplin so that school board members are invited and can come to that? That sounds very exciting, and I'd love to come.
Absolutely.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Barefoot, do you have any questions? or
I
comments?
just, just to emphasize what Dr. Schiff was saying, I spent a couple of Fridays ago in a class of seniors, a civics class at Sebastian River High School, and in speaking, it was interesting for a lot of reasons. They were talking about Supreme Court cases and the ramifications, and if the class were voting, how would they vote? Many of the cases that they discussed were 5-4 votes, and it was interesting to listen to the kids as to why they would have voted for or against it. But afterwards, I was talking to the teacher, and I might be a little bit off on the numbers here, and this is 2 weeks old,
Okay,
that there are 425 round numbers kids scheduled to graduate. 101 or 2 were not going to graduate based on either a GPA, and there was a couple of students in this class that you knew were not paying attention. So I asked her afterwards, what about so-and-so and so-and-so? And she said, well, interestingly enough, they both have 2.5s to 3.0s, but they're failing this course, and it's required. And if they don't pass the course, they aren't going to make it. So to your point, I hope that this teacher's particularly, I think, involved. She has 6 classes. This is her second best class. She has an AP class that ranks in terms of academic achievement, let's say.
okay.
But I hope that those numbers were a huge surprise to me. And, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot behind that, but that doesn't give you that much time to get that many kids ready to graduate. So the proactivity of your counselors with these kids and their families obviously is a priority.
Right, but they do have a second chance during summer school if it's just that one course.
Yeah,
They
these
can
are
get it
kids
done.
that are doing okay, except for whatever
one
reason, they're
class,
not
yeah.
tuned into this course. But the bigger numbers, kids that, whatever the
Aren't.
criteria are, it wasn't just they were missing a required course to graduate, it was their academic performance overall was not sufficient to allow them to.
Can I follow up on that real quick? That came to my attention this year, and I think I know exactly the class you're talking about, because I think my son is in a section of that. But Dr. Moore and I have had a number of conversations this year, because certain kids, it came to my attention, exactly that, that they weren't doing the course recovery, or they weren't keeping up. And so we've been talking about that a lot, and I know that he's been talking with the counselors and the principals of the high schools to ensure that that doesn't happen. So I got more to say about it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it here.
That's good.
All set. Mrs. Rosario?
Yeah, sorry. Hi, thank you for that presentation. I just want to clarify with the chair or with Dr. Moore that A and D, it seems like A and D on our agenda have been condensed together, that this presentation was for both of those. No, those are two separate things, because D is summer camp, so that's not what we're talking about now. Okay. All right. Thank you. I love the drone camp, love the drone idea, absolutely love it. I think that those are the type of activities that we need during summer camp so that kids do not fall into this, oh, what a dreary thing, that this is just an extension of the regular 10 months that we've just finished. I don't want to continue school for 12 months. I just want to have fun. And they deserve to have fun, but they deserve to have an environment where they're learning at the same time. My concern with Edgenuity, with the middle and the high school Edgenuity, is that it's just an opportunity for them to come in and sit at a computer. So for those who need the extra tutorial help that the teacher would provide, that's fantastic. But are we doing anything else in that environment? Are we offering anything else other than just having the students take the credits that they need? Are there debates? Are there math clinics? Is there anything else to provide for those middle and high schoolers?
So right now, no, because we really want to ensure, with the last 2 years under the pandemic, we know that we've had a lot of students lose some ground with the education pieces that they have. And if you don't have someone that's certified in a subject area that you can go to get that extra help, even if you're using a canned program on the computer, it's not good information, or it's not a good way to learn anything. So by providing that teacher in that space, and there may be opportunities where the teacher can pull small groups if those students have already accomplished some tasks, or if students need to go back and relearn some things, there's an opportunity for that to happen in those classrooms at this time. But as far as enrichment, as you have described it right now, no, we don't have that for summer this year.
So thank you for that.
Sure.
I'd love for that to for us to I think we still have a little bit of time. Maybe we can incorporate some things in there. I'm not sure, you all are going to be the ones to kind of create what that would look like. But as much as we can bring students in, I think there's an opportunity for us. What I've noticed with the college and career fairs, it's one of the items that I have been talking about since I was elected, that we need to get better at offering college and career fairs, and we are doing just that. The last one was tremendous in its efforts to reach out to the community. What I mentioned to Dr. Moore was I realized that middle schoolers did not have that opportunity, the invitation. A lot of middle schoolers, some 8th graders were invited to attend, but at the middle school level, that I think that's where we can catch them. That's where we can really say, this is what high school looks like, right? To avoid that middle school drop where we have middle schoolers say, I hate school, they have so much going on, but where they can look forward and say, wow, this is what high school looks like. This is what the drone camp looks like. This is what the entrepreneurial camp looks like. These are some of the opportunities if we have math clinics or debate teams or, some of these other fun things in the summer, maybe even vocational and tech camps that I don't see that we're offering, and we're missing out on an opportunity there to really engage students on, vocational and tech. I don't know, what are those, like, little clinics, where you have 1 week you're trying out what auto mechanics looks like. 1 week you're trying out what the marketing team does. 1 week you're trying out what another vocational and tech program looks like. Maybe 1 week we're doing a tour at Treasure Coast Technical College, and those kinds of clinics at that level, for the middle schoolers especially, even for the high schoolers, can really amp up the opportunity for them to kind of look into the future and say, it isn't drab and dreary. There is a future ahead, or maybe we can tap into something that someone actually is interested in. So I would like to see some of that. I would love to see, vocational and technical programs kind of rise to the surface for summer school. Those are hands-on opportunities that kids love. Those are different things that we can offer, and we have the ability to do that. So I did have a question, though. In previous years, we offered coding. I forget what it was called. I don't know if anybody remembers what it was, coding something. Maybe not last year, but the previous summer. There was a coding camp, a coding something. What happened to that? Does anybody know?
Through the chair, we haven't offered that the past 2 years.
2 years.
Since the pandemic, neither in 20 or 21. As we designed this year's programming, like you just mentioned previously before this, the direction was moving into the CTE entrepreneurship direction, and there just wasn't, the coding was not part of the programming this year.
So the entrepreneurial camp with the Shark Tank is great for business-minded students, but that's not the same as the vocational tech or all of CTE. So I don't want us to get confused by saying that we're offering one thing and that should cover the umbrella under CTE programs. CTE programs is incredibly vast, and what we have to offer, even in our culinary arts program, that's not a part of the entrepreneurial camp vision, from what I understand. That gives kids an opportunity to create a business plan and present it in front of sharks, but it's not the same as actually getting them in front of the welding. I don't even know the welding machine, putting on the goggles, kind of creating something in that sense. So I think there's a difference there. Last question, so go back to coding. Are we going to consider coding again, or that was a grant, or we're not doing it anymore?
That was through a grant that we do not have this year.
Was it
So not to say we couldn't try to pursue that for next summer, we just don't have it currently for this summer.
Okay. And Moonshot Academy and Literacy on the Lagoon,
Yes.
what are they doing? What grade age will those be offered for, and what are those about?
So Moonshot Academy is going to be offered at 3 different sites. Beachland, I hope I get this right. It's Beachland, Rosewood,
Citrus?
and,
Citrus.
no, Beachland, Citrus, and Sebastian Elementary. And at the different schools, it's different grade levels depending on what the schools wanted to offer. But it runs first, second, and/or third, depending on the school and what the program's going to look like there. And that's still the Learning Alliance running those programs, but they are a part of what we're doing for the summer. Literacy on the Lagoon will be at Treasure Coast because, again, that's going to be encompassed on one of the campuses that we already have. Since it was always in North County, then Treasure Coast Elementary was the best fit to run that program. And again, the Learning Alliance is doing that. They're finding all of the people and the funding and all of those things. So those are still the same, and they will be offered.
Okay. I think I'll just end with this. I think I'm not sure if you all are aware, but one of the local camps that have been tremendous in our area for years and years and years and years, which is the Life for Youth camp opportunity, is now no longer Life for Youth. They are now called Camp Anderson. And here's why it's important for us to pay attention to this and start reaching out. Because they are now no longer offering day camp opportunities for the thousands and thousands and thousands of kids that attend the entire summer long. They are now going to be offering only I think it's 12th grade, age 11 or 12 until age 18, sleepaway opportunities. So our little kids, our middle school, who can't afford a sleepaway opportunity for a week, are now scrambling. I have heard from multiple families who are asking, throwing out there, what is out there for affordable camp opportunities. We're going to probably have an influx of people who are interested in now what we have to offer, and opening up these other opportunities might be a really good way of getting them in and saying, here, we now have not just these, but other things that we can offer, because there's a need, a big need.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Long and Ms. Emerson. I know this is a lot of work to put together. I've done that summer school program. And Dr. Long, I like how you're bringing it together to save us money on busing and so forth, just all the same area. Very much impressed with the third grade reading camp for the rising third graders that we know may have an issue. In response to what Ms. Rosario said, we did have that coding camp. It was 18, 19, 19, 20 by Ms. Wall for middle school, and it was very, very popular. Hopefully we can bring that back, but I know we have a lot of work to do to catch up. And we also had a summer coding camp for high school students. It was 6 weeks at IRSC. I brought that in a few years ago. Very, very intense, but it was free to our students. The district had a grant to do that also, and hopefully we can get that back. Question on the drone camps on entrepreneurs. Looking at the hours they'll be there, is there any course credit in there or elective credit? Nothing? Okay. They would
No.
come close on the semester. There's nothing you could find in that course code directory that would work?
But they can add it to their resume,
Yeah, they could add to the resume,
to the
but
college application.
if you look at what they're doing with those standards, I think we'd be pretty close to get that. The edgenuity, I know at the high school, as Dr. Long said, very, very important to make sure that you have an instructor there for direct instruction if needed, because I know these students are, many of them are catching up. And Dr. Long, on the high school campus, so if they just needed one class, are they allowed to come in just for that time and then go home? Is that how it still is, or do they have to stay the whole 4 hours?
So we want to make it as versatile as possible, but with as less movement as possible too.
Right.
So if they only need the one to graduate, absolutely.
I just know that with high school students working and so forth, that was
Right.
helped them too, which I
Absolutely.
appreciate.
Through the chair, just to say, they'd be working at their own pace, and they could finish early, then they don't have to stay the entire month. So if they need to just, finish it in 2 weeks instead of the 4 weeks, that's what we would recommend, instead of just come in for a shorter period of the
Yes,
day and string
yes.
it out. They just knock it out and have the rest of your summer.
Absolutely, the more flexible we are, I think we'll get our students in. And I'm just always so happy to see the step into K and voluntary pre-K, because the step into K, I think, is absolutely wonderful for our future students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I get to ask one question that I don't think I heard yet, because I appreciate all this hard work, and thank you, board members, for all your questions. I had a couple things I was able to knock off from listening. But math. So reading is always a focus for us, but we know through the pandemic for the last 2 years that math has been a real serious need. How are we addressing the students that are behind in math for this summer?
So we don't have a math enrichment piece. Those students can still do math through Edgenuity with a certified teacher there in the classroom with them. I know that last year we did have a partnership with another partner from the community. We are not doing that one this year. The program or the curriculum that was used is one that is very involved, and teachers really need to be committed to it. I also ran that program as the previous director of secondary schools, and the commitment right now, teachers are sort of, when it gets to the summer, they're burnt out because of all of the things that we've done through the course of the year. And so with the individuals that I spoke with about that piece, they didn't feel like teachers were ready to come up and do that again. So just trying to think of a different program that can be offered. I haven't come across something that would not require a lot of teacher commitment, and finding a good program that we could utilize for that. So if you have some ideas, I'm open. There's still time.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that program last year. I walked through it. we had the best of the best teachers teaching it, and I really appreciate them taking their summer to do that for kids.
Yeah.
I know it's been rough on teachers, you know, everybody
Yeah.
talks about the pandemic's been rough on kids, but it's really been rough on teachers too, and they do need that needed break, I get that. My concern though is that the gap that we have for math is so tremendous, that I'm concerned, you know, talk about edgenuity, but how about our little ones who are behind in math by a year or two now? So it's a big concern. And I know that we have supports in place for reading, but we don't often talk about the supports that we need for math. So I want us to keep that in mind, please.
For the elementary, absolutely. And I'm very hopeful. I haven't opened up applications for teachers yet. That opens up on the 15th. So I'm hopeful that teachers will apply that really want to be in summer school to make that difference. So we're waiting to see.
Okay. Board members, anything else? All right. Oh, Dr. Jones?
Well, I was just
sorry.
saying, are teachers paid their hourly rate in summer school? I can't remember now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Before, oh,
I do have a question. So this presentation here, I just want to be clear, this presentation that's being given to us is a fluid presentation, right? In other words, where there is a need, are we still going to have an open mind to offer courses as they come up between now and the end of the summer? Or is this presentation going to be written in stone and nothing else will be changed or added to it?
Through the chair, I think what we've learned is nothing is written in stone, and we'll always be flexible to try to do our best. So if an opportunity arises, we'll take every chance to jump on that opportunity and provide more access to our students. So absolutely, we're
Yeah.
willing to grow
I-
and to do whatever we need to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, the strategic plan should drive every decision that we make. And in our strategic plan, we have identified math and STEAM, and in some of the other areas as priority areas for the district. I don't see any STEAM-related activities here other than the two, the drone and the entrepreneur. You know, I don't see math clinics. I don't see, and clearly math has been an issue with the pandemic. You know, I don't see the vocational and tech, which has been a priority of the district, or at least of the board for quite some time. You know, in some of these, I'd like for you all to consider to add, since we still have the time. Those are where kids might, you know, and parents might be more interested to say, yeah, this is what I want to, you know, my son or daughter to be a part of in the summer for the school district. And at the end, it will only benefit us, you know, academically moving forward. So that engagement, I think, should be shifted. And where we have traditional, regular classroom activities, we really need to take it up a notch. I think we really need to kind of be creative in what we're offering in that sense.
thank you, and thank you, board members, for your feedback and questions. Before Dr. Long sings us out, I do want to say the massive amount of support that's being provided to students is really unique to the School District of Indian River County. You include in your thought process, the state of Florida provides zero funding outside of ESC services for summer programming. So this is, you know, hitting the streets, getting donations in terms of support and individuals coming into our community to help our students, as well as leveraging our budget throughout the year to maximize services that as we move into the next school year. So very, very proud of what we're offering. And Dr. Long, I know you have team members here, so I would hate to miss the opportunity. That's for the next one, so we'll get them then. Okay. All right, with that, Madam Chair, we'll move on to our next item, which is being presented by Mr. Bass.
Through the chair, good afternoon. Bringing to you the annual certification of the FISH report, which is the Florida Schoolhouse Inventory. This is a document that we submit each year before April 1st, indicating that our facilities team, Mr. Westenberger and his team, have gone through and adequately maintained our data for our school facilities. In that, go in and identify, make sure there's no square footage changes, facility use changes, room purpose changes. Then they go in, and if anything is modified in the conditions of the rooms, such as lighting, flooring, electrical, any of that, they noted within this report. So that has been complete. It is up to date, it is accurate, and submitting to you for your approval so we can submit to the state.
Board members, any questions?
I love the fish report. No, just kidding. Used to do it.
No assistant principal of the
You
fish
want to
report.
go cross-eyed,
Okay,
yes.
Ms. Rosario?
Is this just structural?
Yes, ma'am, structural.
So the proposals for changing the libraries and the functionality of the media centers, that's not included in this, right?
No, ma'am,
This is just saying that the inventory
there.
was done.
correct.
And I like the fact that you just said that on air on camera because I have to sign for this, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Our next items will be presented by Mr. Meyer. They are the review of the hearing officers for math instructional adoption, review of our extended day summer camp, as well as grants in which we will be proffering.
Thank you, Dr. Moore, through the chair. So item C, as required by policy and statute, if we receive a petition to one of the math instructional materials for which we currently have under review, we will have a openly noticed public hearing to defend that, but as written by the Office of CNI and approved by the board last month, we don't intend to approve. We're not going to bring any math material that would either, not be on the state's list, right, and then not survive this hearing. So we still have some steps and time in front of us before we would even consider bringing an item to the board. But in order to make sure that the hearing officers are appointed, that's what this item is, and it will come before the board for approval tonight. So what we have done is we've asked the same hearing officers to participate again, one of which did participate last year with the ELA adoption. We would ask the other to be the primary in the event that this occurs, but I think that we'll find our process this year a lot smoother, given the way that we've timed everything with the adoption and procurement cycles, and then ensuring that the state is going to release their list prior to making any final decision. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board members. Anyone have a question about this? No? I do. So when will the math instructional materials, the edits and the updates, be available to us or the public to view at the state level? Do you know?
I have no idea. And I don't know that I would assume that there would be. So I guess the next step that I'm aware of would be in statute, it says the commissioner or the department, I forget which one's referenced in statute, is to approve the list by April 1st. So that's our next sort of hurdle that we're waiting on, is to see what the state is going to do with their bid list. But what we learned, last year is that publishers can appeal. But given the fact that we've reviewed all of the materials and we feel like we've got a good first and a good second, and in some cases a good third, I don't think that we're going to put the district in a position to wait for those appeals. We would just move to another item that we've reviewed and that the committee feels good about, and we'll look at that in the price and bring that recommendation to the board in April.
Okay, because I'm looking at the timeline and it says the 30-day calendar for contest. And I know of the two books that people had concerns about some of the items. Those items have been made, I sent the email as well to Jacob Oliva to look at those items that have concern and see whether or not they are going to have conversation with those publishers, because there are two specific books to some very high-level courses. So the question I have is, if our contest period is over March 30th, but we may not hear back from them from April 1st, somebody has, let's say they contest those items before March 30th, then how do we follow through with that if then those items have changed at the state level?
So I have a difficult
Okay, so
answering the hypothetical
I
question.
know, it's a
that hasn't
hypothetical,
happened,
but-
right? So I don't know how to.
but if somebody is contesting what's now available for us to look at, right,
Correct.
which is all we have,
Right.
but those items seem to change
I mean,
in
I don't.
April, how do we go forward if the person's contested or hasn't contested it?
So again,
I know we're a little bit ahead of the game
I don't know how to
here.
answer. You're assuming, I guess, that we would make an assumption that they will change.
No,
and-
I'm
And
not
so I would
making that
rather just
assumption.
go with, we reviewed the items as they are.
Mhm.
There's a challenge as they are. If they're approved as they are, then that's one thing. If they're not approved by the Department of Education, that's a completely different ball of wax. If the department doesn't approve them, then we would cease considering them.
Okay, so let me take this another step then. I'm not going to use hypothetical, but I am. If the item, which we're looking at right now, right, if there's a couple of questions about a couple of problems, let's say that those problems get changed because they can be changed at the state level now, and we don't have anything to do with that. Let's say that happens. So we are voting to approve an item, right, on, what is it, April 25th. So we will know on that date if the item that your committee has suggested that we vote on is the current
Yes.
changed version, correct?
Yes, there's no
Okay.
way that we would bring an item on the 28th that we would not know what the item is, if it's been modified, if it's been approved.
That's what I'm asking.
Or if
Okay.
it's been even defended in a petition.
Okay.
Or
So-
even if those two items, I mean, like we said before, those two publishers we've never said that that's the first choice that we're going to bring that, right? So that may not even be, once we look at the cost benefit or what, ultimately when we get the results from the department, that those would be the choice, so.
Okay, I just want all the information so that I know when we vote in April that that's been considered, if those items have been updated. Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, Mrs. Berenberg brings up a good point, because the March 1st to March 30th window is now. We're in that window right now. Are we asking parents and making it very clear that if they have any concerns during this period, that they should submit their concerns? Number one. Number two, are we telling them how to submit them? Because if it's through that Appendix H form, then we need to make it public and we need to make it clear and as transparent as possible, which at this point, it's March 14th. I haven't seen it anywhere. We're not. That's unfair. And the third question is, when we make this clear, are we telling them to submit or suggesting that they submit an Appendix H or an email something that says what they are contesting with the math curriculum, as of all of the list that was currently reviewed? I mean, that's a big ask. It's not like we're reviewing two, and asking parents to submit their objections or their concerns with those two. We have how many on that list? I don't have that list in front of me. Multiple.
4 or 5, depending on the.
So what is the plan there, and why hasn't that been made public so far?
To my knowledge, that's on the website, and the process and procedures
What's on
are
the website? I'm sorry.
The way in which that a petition may be submitted and how to go about doing that. So that's up,
Where on the website?
under the instructional materials adoption page.
So I put in a search and nothing comes up.
If I could suggest, maybe so that we don't take more time on this here, Mr. Bass, you could just send a link to Mrs. Rosario and where she'd find it,
I'll take
if
care of
need
that
be.
for you.
Or, so,
No, it's not just Mrs. Rosario, there's an entire community out there. So
and by
thank you
sending
very
it to you,
much.
I'm sure it will reach the community. But we have a lot of things to cover today. So I'm thinking that there's just a lot to cover today.
And this is one of them.
Do you have another question while he's looking for that?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Dr. Jones, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you to this committee, and thank you for starting it earlier. Done this before, and when you started in September and just really started to roll on it, it just helps everybody. As I said at one of the last workshops, I did talk to math teachers and one math coach. I read every evaluation form that was submitted thus far regarding the material and the ranking and so forth. I encourage board members to do that if you have not. And even though math is not my discipline, I want to make sure, anyway, what I will make sure of is when we do this selection, I want to take a look at the committee. What are the teachers who are now teaching math day in and day out? what is their best material to do that? I said it before with, and it's been said at this meeting already, we're behind in math. And actually, I just talked to emailed Dr. Long to look at it, said, I want to talk to you about something with that math program and crossover, but I know we can do it. But anyway, because we just have to make sure that the material we're giving to our teachers to use, it is the material that they will need to bring our students forward. And I know any teacher will always have that book, and then they look for supplementary material. You know, it's always there. We're always looking for things that can help. But, and as Mr. Barefoot said earlier, with students with questions about graduating, I think that was probably before the state committee reduced the SAT, and then they could still take the PERT as seniors. But we've got to really concentrate on making sure our students are there for graduation and they're ready for that math. So I know that the committee's done a lot of work. I know math teachers have looked at it, 3 or 4 that I talked to, and I will be supporting what our math teachers want. Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jones. Ditto that. I just did a quick search on the website. I did textbook adoption. It came up straight. It was adopted. Most recent date is January 26, 2022. There's a variety of materials there. You can go into 2021 textbook adoption documents. In there is the petition for state instructional materials. It's right there. So just want to make sure people are aware of that. All you have to do is search textbook adoption, and those materials will come up. Other than that, I really thank everyone for their service on this and for making sure that we got a jump on the process so that we don't leave any of this to the last minute and we're scrambling, which happened last year, and we were behind in getting books, which put a real undue and unnecessary burden on teachers. And I know we want to avoid that, not to the degree possible, but almost, I was going to say at all costs possible. That's not exactly it. But we really do want to avoid putting undue pressure on teachers who are already struggling to meet new standards and new materials and new criteria and new ways of doing business that we are adopting in this district under Dr. Moore's leadership. So thank you for that work.
Yeah, I see that it's directly on the curriculum instruction part of the website, and at the bottom underneath secondary education, it says textbook adoption documents. And right there, the very first thing you see in red, highlighted with underline, is petition for state adopted materials. So the petition is there. It is available. It goes right to Appendix G, which is different because it's the state adopted materials list, not a book or a library book that's in the school. So, yeah, I did find it as well. Any other questions or concerns?
I just want to acknowledge Mr. Meyer's leadership. He has created this process, which is a new process. I've had the opportunity to share it with a number of superintendents who have inquired, so much so next week when I'm at ISERD, which is a coalition of Institute of Small and Rural Districts. It's a new thing to me. That'll be one of the things that I'm sharing as a best practice, and as well as what we're doing with the ESC. I've been asked so many times. So it's just a different way of thinking to get ahead of the game. I think Dr. Schiff highlights the priority of moving as fast as we possibly can and being as thorough and as transparent as we can at the same time. We started our school year, as did many districts across the state, without the materials in the hands of teachers. And there were a number of reasons as to why, whether it be paper wasn't available through the pandemic, but we need to make sure that our teachers have it in enough time to put their hands on it, take it home over the summer, digest it, get a deep understanding. Those are the kinds of teachers that we have in our school system, and if they can't have the content in which they're teaching, they're going to be stressed from the very beginning because they want a full summer to digest it. Even though we say, hey, go home, take the summer off, you've earned it, our teachers will be digging into it. And I think we felt the stress of that this school year with such a late adoption, and our teachers really struggled, and as a result had a great deal of stress learning a new curriculum. Now, make no mistakes about it, when you walk classrooms, specifically elementary and middle school, speaking in relationship to Amplify, you see probably a model implementation regarding the depth in which students are writing, the consistency across school systems. I was at Rosewood, which is one of our stellar schools, and then drove to Sebastian Elementary, the same lesson, the same being delivered the same way, and the products that were being produced the exact same. And it just goes to the caliber of the support that's being provided, and the grit and determination of our teachers really to be best by kids. So having this over the summer is a smart, bold, courageous move. So thank you, Mr. Meyer and team.
Dr. Moore, can I make a comment about that? I agree with you. As a teacher, the first thing I would like to, when there was a new adoption, is I want my hands on the book. And it was my summer reading, along with other things. But because we don't want to make teachers do that. We want teachers to want that, have it available to them. So we appreciate the fact that we're going to try to get that in hands early, and especially to your curriculum staff that has to do all of that work ahead of time to let us know where the gaps are and what supports are. As to Amplify, I was in Osceola Magnet second grade. I was amazed at the conversation I heard with second graders, and I taught second grade. I don't remember the conversations like these kids were having about the westward movement. And it was interesting because I happened to walk in and a student was telling me, did you know that the mud was so bad that they had to get behind the wagons and push the wheels? And I said, I did know that because I was in Omaha, Nebraska a couple months ago, and I saw the statutes of them pushing that. And they asked me, could we get pictures of that? And I said, sure. So I delivered my flash drive the other day to Osceola to share those statue pictures. They're amazing in downtown Omaha. If you've never been there, go see it. But I think to bring that for students to see that what they're reading about is actually true and to see evidence of it is really remarkable. So I encourage people to understand what it is that our students, and maybe we can do this, is put it out there. What are the topics that Amplify is doing? Because it's so unique and different, and it's taking thematics back, which I love because kids can get behind it. They're dressing up as pioneers. They're understanding this stuff. Now they're getting into insects, so I'm really excited. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moore. Our next item is an add-on to, I guess add-on, it's in a continuation of item A. This is the extended day fee schedule. I know Dr. Long teased a little bit about the extended day program and what they do during the summer to provide enrichment services to those students. But this is, of course, the program in which parents can pay for their students to participate in this throughout the course of the summer. We were able to greatly reduce the amount that we are going to ask of our teachers that are serving in one of the summer learning programs that Dr. Long discussed as a recruitment tool to get them to participate in one of the many district extended learning programs that we have. There will only be a $10 per student weekly fee if they would need to leave their student with the extended day program in order to serve in one of the credit recovery programs or the VPK program, so on and so forth. So, Dr. Long, have I missed anything on this item? Happy to answer any questions.
Hey, board members. Mr. Barefoot? No? Okay. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, there was the fee schedule. I'm just grateful that the fee schedule was changed for employees who are choosing to work for the summer school. So if an employee has a child that they want to admit into the summer program, they would not pay the full cost. So that's an incredible help for our employees, and hopefully that'll incentivize them to give up their summer for all of the children.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
Sorry.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine? Dr. Shipp?
I'm good, thank
You're good. One thing I would like to say is if we have a long list of people that don't get into this, because we just heard about, Life for Youth Camp, it's been going on for years. My kids went to it. So I understand the fact that we're worried, our community's worried about what are parents going to do. They've gone through a pandemic now where they've had to leave their jobs and work from home, and now we have this again that's going to affect them greatly. So is there a long list that we usually get after this of a wait list, or how are we going to handle that and help maybe provide more kids this opportunity this summer?
Madam Chair, great question. If I could, I'd like to introduce my staff and ask them to come up. The two that are with me, Mrs. Musselwhite is out on FMLA at this time. I have Shelley Miller here, who is one of our coordinators, and I also have Miss Michelle I always say it wrong. How you say it? Camp. Come on up and join us here. And these ladies are very instrumental in ensuring that our extended day program during the course of the school year and summer are staffed and that the students are safe and doing what they need to do. So I'm going to go ahead and let you answer the question if we have a waiting list.
As of right now, I'm getting over laryngitis, so I apologize. Right now, we're going to tentatively attempt to take 100 students for each site, our North County and South County. We will take a wait list. As of right now, kind of like with a lot of other areas, we are struggling with staff. So if we are able to, get more staff for the summer, we will gladly take more kids as summer goes on. It's just a matter of staffing right now.
So how do you determine which kids get in and which don't?
It's a first come, first serve. Our registration will go live online on April 5th. So what they're going to do is they're going to register online, pay the registration fee. They'll secure the weeks with a weekly deposit, and once we hit the max number of students for each week, then we'll close those weeks off. They have a certain amount of time, probably until May 15th, to pay all of the week's registration fee to secure their week. After that, like if for some reason a parent doesn't pay, then we would start calling on the wait list to open it to, other people.
So
Thank you.
through the chair, I want to acknowledge the team because you guys really are running a business. Talk about entrepreneurship. You're self-funded. You work the entire day, and then you monitor programs after school as well as during the summer. So I think one of the neat things, I think it was Ms. Rosario who recommended that we're pushing down the price to $10, literally $10. That may allow a parent to think twice about summer programming. So as mentioned, I didn't know that the Camp Anderson wasn't doing the day camps. There may be additional need for us to extend offerings, and that $10 fee waiver is something that becomes very, very attractive in terms of recruiting teachers. So quality programming taking place over the summer. It is fun. There's no two ways about it, but it also contains that academic focus for our students. So when you put the presentation A, which is very focused, academic need for students at no cost based on where they are within the confines of the school day, as well as the extended offerings through our partners, as well as what we're doing through our camps, you run into what is an absolute comprehensive summer programming for our students. So we will, once this item is approved, we will be supporting with a tremendous amount of social media and encouraging families to make the decision. We want them with us because other programs, they may be great, but it may just be fun, fun where we can do fun and academic based at the same time. So we're looking forward to maximizing and really kind of creating a problem for the team in terms of having so many students and then going out and finding qualified staff to come and work. So we're looking forward to solving that problem.
I know, as I always say, you can't invent people.
Right.
But we appreciate it. Thank you for coming today. And laryngitis is an occupational hazard, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Meyer, your last item.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. The chair, our last item is an amendment to a grant that the district has had for a while. As the district grows and goes through certain changes, we see the opportunity to be Best by Kids and looking at what programs the Treasure Coast Technical College offers. Ms. Shields, who's doing a phenomenal job there, has recommended amending this Florida Job Growth Grant to add a surgical technology program at TCTC. And that is certainly a high skill, high wage job that our community would benefit greatly for us to provide an opportunity for them to earn that credential. So we look forward to getting this going. Happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions?
Just to clarify too, for the public who may not know, we are well briefed on many of these items through board briefings over several weeks. So many of us are already familiar with this, so many questions have already been answered. And I just want to clarify, it's not that we're sitting here disinterested or not engaged. It's that
we've had a comparable meeting, and we have in that meeting either expressed concerns or approval, consent, enthusiasm about moving forward, so.
Okay, anyone else?
Just to set it up as a tease, Madam Chair, this is one of a number of new programmings that will be coming to our technical college. This one requires board approval, but we're coming back to the board with an unveil or a reveal in terms of new programming that will be taking place over the next several years at Treasure Coast Technical College. Very exciting and innovative things. This specific program is high wage. It is in absolute demand here in Indian River County, so we're excited to be offering it as quickly as possible.
Right, thank you for saying that. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, on the application, it says, page 1 of 6, that this grant offers the grantee's responsibility is to provide the welding technologies, building trades, and construction design technology, commercial and culinary arts program, and surgical technology programs as described in the proposal. So it's based on this, the grantee has been awarded $532,000 to do all of these things, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And the building trades and construction design, are we talking their traditional construction work?
Through the chair, I can get back with you as far as how she's been using that since 2018. What this amendment did, so that, again, this is not a new grant, this is just an amendment to remove the manufacturing components and replace it with surgical technology. So as far as, I can provide you further input as to what she's done with that for the construction.
Well, even with the renewed, that's what it says here for what we're approving. If you look on page 1 of 2, the grantee shall provide welding technologies, building trades and construction design, technology, commercial and culinary arts, and surgical technology. Will this also help? Well, when you come back with that information on construction, that would be helpful. But apparently this money is also there for the culinary arts program there, but it's my understanding that she needed much more than this for the culinary arts. So can we get better understanding? Is this only for surgical? Because if that's the case, the application needs to be changed.
It's not, through the chair, no, it's not only, it's comprehensive for all. I can give you more of a finite breakdown as to everything.
Yeah, that would be great, because if we're celebrating surgical technologies, we should also celebrate the construction portion, which is something that the community has, many people in the community have wanted to return to our schools, or at least, in this case, it would be to Treasure Coast Technical College. And through those means, it would be offered as a dual enrollment program for our kids.
Agreed.
Okay. Will we get that tonight? Because I'd like to know that before we.
As soon as I walk out of here, I'll get my shields and we can get that to you before tonight.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've had individual conversations about things like carpentry and stuff like that. I do see that in the very top of that line, it says building trades and construction design, and I think that building trades is the part. I think the reason why surgical technology programs is being highlighted is because that's the change from the former grant. That's the only thing that's been added or changed. All the rest of it is continuously happening, so that's why the other one is being highlighted, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we're shifting back to Mr. Bass in non-work instructional calendars.
Good afternoon again. Through the chair, for tonight's meeting, you have proposed for your approval the work calendars. On the agenda, it says under 7A, approval of 22-23 non-instructional work calendars. Also, instructional work calendars should be in that also. But we have the categories that the non-instructional employees fall under, which is the 180-day, 186, 196, 220, and 250. That is going to be your CWA workers and all other non-bargaining. And then under the instructional, it would be employees that fall into the 196, 206, 216, and 244 calendars. All the work calendars are driven by the instructional calendar that you all have already approved for the upcoming school year.
Board members, Dr. Shipp.
Quick question. So will that be updated on the agenda for tonight so that it includes both? I didn't go back and look, but you said it wasn't. Can we,
Both sets of calendars are on there. It's
Oh.
just the title. It just says non-instructional work calendars.
So will
so
we
maybe we
need,
should just
Instructional
update
also.
that on
Yeah.
the
So-
board docs?
yeah, hold on. Ms. Shattuck, will we need to change that or make a motion to change that on the agenda for tonight?
If on your agenda for your business meeting tonight, if you need to make a motion to change the agenda item on the approval of the calendars?
Right, because the calendars, like Dr. Schiff was asking, the calendars are listed, but the item itself is stated non-instructional work, but both instructional and non-instructional calendars are listed on there. So the item has been presented as only non-instructional work calendar.
Just one moment. I'm looking for the item. Do you know which item it is?
Well, it's item F on the workshop.
7A
It's item 7A and.
on
7B.
the
7A,
meeting.
sorry, 7A. Which I could have just let Mr. Bass say.
I think that you would just, I don't need, no, I do not believe that you need to make a motion to change the agenda item name. It does, the agenda item does contain both calendars. I think it just needs to be clear in the motion that it's an emotion to approve both of the calendars presented.
Okay, because I did notice that it's under consent, so we don't have to pull it then for action because of that.
But through the chair, when the consent agenda is presented, I can just simply note that this includes both instructional and non-instructional calendars.
Okay.
I think that would suffice.
And we're okay there?
Yes, to the chair, yes,
Okay.
you would be.
Dr. Schiff, anything else? Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
Just wanted to thank the committee for moving ahead on these calendars. Sometimes we'd be at the end of spring before we even knew where we were going in the fall, so getting these yearly ahead helps a lot. Thank you.
I don't know, as you know, I said I'm used to February, so I feel like we're behind on this, but I appreciate it.
it's-
Thank you.
Not at all. So pleasure of the board. Our next item is a presentation of the Code of Conduct, which comes before you tonight. A great deal of work and reflection has taken place with special consideration over the last month or so. We've had some issues at two schools specifically, the Flick, which is a subset of Vero Beach Senior High School, as well as Oslo Middle School, regarding students making some decisions that ultimately led towards fights in schools or immediately after school. As we continue to problem solve and look at our code of conduct, which is the driving force behind shifting some of those expectations. What you'll see here is a code of conduct that reduces the steps for teachers. So as we go through the process, and I'll explain what the steps for teachers ultimately means, they've condensed from a two-step process to a one-step process. As we reflect through the quality of instruction, as we mentioned earlier in this meeting, in the improvement of that instruction, we want to get the support to students as quickly as possible. I think our teachers have done an absolutely outstanding job this year of providing quality instruction, while at the same time providing the systems of support within the classroom to help remedy those behaviors for students without them having to be removed for students. So we see a significant decrease in classroom removals. Where we can improve is for those students who do need to be removed, meaning they are not in response or shifting the behavior inside the classroom associated with the redirection by the teacher within the room. They're not responding to those systems that we've put in place and are being implemented with fidelity. We want to accelerate our support of services to those particular students. This code of conduct does that through the elimination from those, and I'm sorry, Pam, I don't mean to steal some of your thunder, elimination from a two-step process to a one-step process. You've heard me say, and I will continue to say, in the classroom, instruction drives discipline. And when you have a school system that works the other way, you are not in the absolute best service of children. And I would encourage all board members to get in schools and see the quality of instruction. It continues to improve, and our teachers continue to step up each and every single day. We've been vigilant in understanding the systems within a school to continue to ensure students know there are consequences for your behaviors. And there is a expectation for a free and appropriate public education. That is what we want to provide, but it comes with the upholding of certain responsibilities. And every single family in our community has a right to a free and appropriate public education, and we will partner in order to ensure that every student can walk into a school, feel safe, feel comfortable, and ultimately can focus in on their learning. And when students' behavior impedes other students from focusing on their instruction, there are interventions that need to be in place. We need to drastically accelerate those services of support. We need to heighten our focus on bullying. When I say bullying, I think it's a known problem, and this is something Ms. Rosario has been championing with me for a while. Bullying isn't what some of us old folks would understand it to be. It is that online bullying. Just this morning, I had a complaint that Mr. Teskey is working on right now, and it is that social media threat. It is that the student may not even know it's happening to him or her, and it takes on a number of days because in this group or this chat, they may not be included, but ultimately everyone else knows. So we really got to look at how technology or the social media, the instructional, the technology device is being used in having negative consequences on children. And that is an opportunity for us to improve, continuing to partner with parents. We think the Code of Conduct takes drastic steps to improve that. We as a team, and when I say a team, those are teachers, those are administrators, principals, and district, really want to accelerate getting students in the absolute best placement with the highest level of resources that are available. Some of the things that we implemented this year, the Alternative to Suspension program, ALTOS, students who go there, it's over 80% of the students who are exposed to that program, I think it's 84 off the top of my, 84, see, I'm good with numbers, who are exposed to that program do not have a repeat offense. That's absolutely outstanding because in previous years, that student wasn't provided that program. They were sent home, they missed instruction. So we're seeing the positive return on investment for those particular students, but we still have that 16% who are what we would call the high flyers or continuing to have that same behavior intervention provided. The intent of the behavior intervention is to help the student identify the behavior that's leading to the negative consequences and then empower them with new behaviors that ultimately lead to success. So 84% of the time, that particular program is finding success. Where we need to do better is really looking at the resource allocation and pushing down as best we can with the limited resources we have, and this is actually being championed by Dr. Schiff, looking at our mental health allocation of saying, how do we ensure that we're getting services as close to children as possible? How are we getting decisions as close to children as possible? Those are the problem-solving processes we have at schools, which is MTSS. Where are we? And this is a meeting that we had as early as this morning. Are we having these problem-solving meetings after the behavior or before the behavior? And if we were to evaluate the frequency in which we're having those meetings, unfortunately, as good as we are, the majority of the time it comes after the behavior, after the big incident.
Yeah.
That means we're not smart enough. And I say us as an organization, we need to be quicker in understanding which students need which systems of support and getting it to them quicker. And I give the example, and I won't extend my presentation. When I was a principal of an alternative school, we serviced 9 through 12 students for about 26 different high schools. And I was on a flight to a PD, I won't say where because it seemed like I'd be bragging, and I sat next to a elementary principal who was there for a significantly long time. And on that flight, Miami was a big place, didn't know her before the flight, she literally went through and said, okay, you're at MacArthur now, And let me back up the number of years that the 9th or 10th or 11th grade students were at her elementary school, Florida City Elementary School. And she went through 6 or 7 students. Do you have? Yes, I do. Do you have? Yes, I do. And the power of that flight, or the realization that I learned, is we know as early as elementary school which students are going to be issues in high school, to the point where these children were assigned to an alternative school. So if we know that now, our expectation as a district is to pool the resources in front of behaviors that would lead to someone saying, hey, I'm going to put out this rumor or this nasty saying about another student and just share it with 15 others. That can't be accepted. Or I'm going to, jump on this kid just because of the peer pressure. I'm going to destroy a bathroom because someone in Ohio says, hey, let's, this is the TikTok challenge. So there is significant work to be done in our district. I think Ms. Dampier's presentation, along with team, moves us drastically in the right direction. As we go into our summer programming, a lot of our focus from staff in preparation for next school year is really building those culture systems. We've done an outstanding job in instructional systems. There are tweaks and modifications that we need to put into place going into next school year. But we also need to ensure that from a school culture perspective, every single community member of that school understands the expectation, understands the systems that are in place to pull students to positive behaviors, while at the same time make sure everyone knows there's one expectation. It's unwavering in how we act to make, Ron, you okay? That any decision that hurts or harms or puts a child in fear of coming to a school, just not going to be tolerated. We've got to get in front of it, and I think that we're doing that with this code of conduct. Ms. Dampier?
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Moore, through the chair. I really appreciate the opportunity to share the focused work that the committee members, which consisted of SDIRC stakeholders, employees, as well as community members, they really rolled their sleeves up and really worked together to, really focus on a student-centered environment. And today I want to highlight the proposed changes for the 2022-23 Student Code of Conduct. Before I begin, I want to thank Mrs. Ashley Dowdell. She's back in the back. Raise your hand. She's our program specialist for student services. She did a lot of the facilitating with this group to really, get a lot of information out of them, and really we got positive feedback from the sessions that they had. Today I will review the Code of Conduct timeline, also share the advisory team members' feedback, and review the proposed changes and next steps, and then there will be an opportunity for questions at the end. We began this work in December of 2021 through February 2022. The community advisory team met 3 times, and they had 3 work sessions as well as homework. They had to do a little research as well as look at the data and really delve deeper to make sure that what changes we were proposing, that it was really best by kids. And inclusive of, we're proud our second year, we've included the student sessions. This is our second year, and we went to 7, we had 7 sessions at our secondary schools for 90 minutes, and the students were able to give us feedback again on the Student Code of Conduct. That really gives that student voice. And then today, of course, we have our presentation, as well as we will also have our request for the public hearing. And then the public hearing will take place in April. Our advisory team members, we had 20 advisory team members, and they really worked hard and contributed great feedback to help improve the Student Code of Conduct. And I really want to thank them for their time and effort. We had a few people that were on teams, but mostly everybody was in person, and they really came and rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Our student advisory focus group, as you can see, we had 115 students this year from various schools, from secondary schools. Last year, we had 99, so we increased it. Very pleased with that. Also, you can see that we have a diverse group of students that participated this year based on race, ethnicity, as well as our students with disability and economic status. We really wanted to make sure that we had a voice from all demographics. And overall, the feedback was very positive. Because of the extensive work that was done by the committee last year, I mean, it was like an overhaul of the work, there were very few changes that really needed to be made, but there was a lot of thought process into, do we need 5 levels? So what we did, we revised to improve the readability and clarity of the code, as well as consolidated intervention levels from 5 to 4 levels. Level 1 and level 2 used to be classroom managed behaviors, now it's just level 1. Levels 2 through 5 used to be administrative managed behaviors, and now we have levels 2 through 4 that are provided where they're actually managing those behaviors. We also added the anti-bullying intervention strategies. We had it in level 1s and level 2, but we added it to 3 and 4. And thanks to Mrs. Rosario, we also added some examples of what can be used for students if, say, if they needed to, if they were the perpetrator or they were the victim. There's a platform where they can go in and actually do a module where they can actually learn from, hopefully, from those mistakes. And then we actually added the hyperlink table of contents and glossary terms. That's something new for our families and stakeholders. So if you click on a term, it's hyperlinked, you go right to the glossary. Our next steps, once we have received board approval, will be to move forward with refining and updating the code of conduct training, and we really are going to do an overhaul based on what Dr. Moore had talked about with the climate, and pull some teachers in as well as administrators to refine that, what that looks like. We're also going to create some webinars for our stakeholders to review the enhancements and approved changes. We've done it in the past, but we really want to target and be specific. What is it that a student really need to know from the code of conduct that's important, especially since we've had this increase in cell phone use. We do have in our code of conduct on specific on page 40 in our code of conduct, our technology use agreement that really outlines, how we're supposed to be utilizing technology on our campus. For example, if you have a cell phone and you're taking video of a fight, et cetera, all of that, we have a level 3 that can be used as a consequence, and corrective behaviors. There's a whole plethora of that. So we really want to make sure that that's in our webinar as well for students this year, and for parents. We've never created one for parents, but we are going to create one for parents as well, even though we expect them to go over the code of conduct, but it would be nice if we had something on our website, a webinar for them to view as well. We're also going to update the website content as well to make sure that all of the information is at our stakeholders' fingertips. And that was really the overall consensus of the group, that we really need to fine-tune and refine and look at and be more specific with the training that we're providing for our stakeholders. So are there any questions?
Yeah, did one particular board member bring that up to you?
Yes, and I want to thank Mrs. Barrenboard about the cell phone, and I was very excited to show her this morning that we have policies as well as procedures in our code of conduct that specifically talk about technology uses. So it's not, it's been in there for years. It's not something that we just created. We've also have some for our dress code. You brought this up as well, making sure that we've had dog collars. That's not permitted collars or anything like that. Chains, that's been in our code of conduct for dress code, that's not allowed as well. So some of the things that are out there, we have been, we've had in our code of conduct, and we just need to do a better job of making sure that we train and, you know, make sure that everyone knows specific things that really apply to each level.
Great, thank you. Okay, board members, anybody have a question or comment? Mr. Barefoot?
What you're suggesting is, I just hear the stories. I think that all of the points you made, particularly enforcing, doing a better job of enforcing what's already there.
Can you speak into the microphone? Sorry, he can't pick you up.
I said, I think particularly in giving the teachers the training to enforce the policies that are already in place. You know, I hear the stories of a student will say, well, Miss So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so allows me, you know, why are you doing what you're doing? And that's, obviously, it's like our kids try and play one parent off against the other. I mean, we're all used to this. But when it goes on in the classroom, it's tough. So I applaud what you're doing.
Good points there. Ms. Rosario?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as Dr. Moore mentioned, I've been talking about this for a while, and I've submitted my concerns to him and to Mrs. Dampierre, and some suggestions that were already actually in our policy that we have not been implementing, and one was the digital citizenship opportunity. But that said, what I find with the bullying is that we're supposed to be a zero policy bully, a zero policy bullying district. What was that?
Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance bullying district. Okay, got to say that right. And so though we might have these in policy, we're not consistent with our procedures from school to school. And what I mean by that is one of the definitions of bullying, which includes cyberbullying, as we all know, is teasing, for example. Teasing, social exclusion, threat, intimidation, stalking. Stalking seems to be more serious for many. But at the school level, what happens is that if a concern comes to an administrator does and obviously, Dr. Moore, correct me if I've got any of this wrong, Mrs. Dampierre, when an administrator or a dean, if we had the proper deans, there you go, another plug that we need are our deans, they do an investigation. If an investigation is substantiated, and I say that with question marks, then the proper consequences, according to the code of conduct, will be issued for the student who is, in this case, I don't want to say the perpetrator, but the one who's doing the bullying. What's unfair about that is that there are accusations of bullying and intimidation, even with the teasing, that some may say, oh, well, that's nothing. That's just, kids bothering each other. And therefore, they may consider it as not substantiated. And from that point forward, the bullying would continue, get worse, and end up in something serious. And that's where I think we need to have that zero tolerance occur. At the moment something is considered bullying, we have to take it serious. We should not wait until it's substantiated. We should do the opposite in terms of our response. And I think at this point, we've got a lot of kids saying, I can toe the line. I know a lot of adults who do it. They bully and they intimidate until a certain point, and they won't cross the line of harassing, because they don't want legal ramifications. Not that kids are thinking in that way, hopefully, but they'll toe the line to a certain point so that they don't get in trouble at school, or that they don't get in trouble with their parents, or that someone may not know that it's them who's doing the bullying. I'm thinking right now of the greater of the situations, just so that we can have this conversation, because it's that serious, right? And especially in the middle schools, I think. Kids are just kids. And it's terrible for us to be able to say that, but when I grew up, there was, Dr. Moore, I'll hand it over to you. When I grew up, there was, kids bothered each other all the time. There was a difference between bothering and bullying. Bullying is supposed to be that consistent, ongoing, one person against another, or more than one people or group of people. That's not necessarily the case nowadays. It's changed, and I think that we need to look at it from a different lens. Dr. Moore?
Validates some of the things that you're saying.
Thank you.
One of the best trainings I've ever participated in, both as a administrator and as a teacher, was having the skill to distinguish between a typical adolescent behavior versus a troubled behavior. A typical adolescent behavior are typical things that a child, based on their age, would typically be doing. Requires coaching, requires mentoring, requires redirection, versus the immediate reporting of a troubled behavior. We as a community need to take a strong stance, I say community, on upholding the expectations around what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And because you see it on TV does not mean it's acceptable. Because you see it outside or in the neighborhood doesn't mean it's acceptable. And that directly links to what you're saying. As a community or as a country, there are bigger concerns. Just turning on the TV in some ways are behaviors we would not condone within a school. But because it's on TV, we need to say, not in our house. And I'll give you a perfect example. Students know when they need to display which behaviors. And you would see a student in one classroom act a certain way, and then a completely different way in the next classroom. You would see a student literally run down the hall to get to class on time because that teacher had the expectation, you are late when the bell rings. And then just scroll down to the next one because that same expectation wasn't in place. And that, as I was referring at the beginning, that's a lot of what our development will be around culture. It's just not a positive culture. You want a positive culture, have zero expectation. Everyone can just feel good and you all can get along, but ultimately we want to transform lives. So really having a high expectation, not only on what we want to academically produce in terms of students and their ability to be successful within the classroom, but contributors of a community that we all want to be a part of. And I think that directly links to what you're saying. Some of the bullying, hard stance, hard line, but a better job of saying that's not acceptable. I don't care where you see it, but in our house, in our culture that we've collectively agreed upon, these are the things that we don't accept. And it's just not me, the principal, it's us, the community. And that's a lot of the training that we're going to be working on.
And that's good. That's good stuff, and it's a good start. What might be teasing for one person may not be teasing for another person. We don't know where they've been. We don't know their experiences at home. We don't know if they have been bullied before, teased before, bothered before. And so it only takes that one little tiny thing from the next person to throw a kid over the edge, even to throw some adults over the edge too. And we have to be very extra sensitive to that. Something else I wanted to bring up in board members, as in part of the conversations that I've had with Dr. Moore and Mrs. Dampier on this issue, has been around our current policies that we have. So we have two policies. We have multiple, but we have two. One in particular that was mentioned by Mrs. Dampier earlier, which is 5517.01. There's a clause in there that's, not a clause, there's a section in there that's called immunity. It's an immunity section in our bullying policy. And I think, Dr. Moore, when you have these, when you start to create these trainings, it's important for staff members to know what this is. And that is that a school employee, school volunteer, students, parents, guardians, and other persons who promptly report in good faith an act of bullying or harassment to the appropriate school official and who make this report in compliance with the procedures set forth in the district is immune from a cause of action from damages arising from the reporting itself. And there's more to it. So if a kid who's being bullied comes forward and, I don't know, reports it, or somebody else reports it, we're not necessarily holding those people harm-free from the reporting of the incident, because some of the investigation is saying, well, what was your part in this, right? If you had a part in this, but I think there are more questions that might come around, that might arise from this one section within our policy that need to be looked at. And at that point, if we are to keep the immunity clause in there, which I think is a good thing, because that's how we can maybe zero around this zero tolerance policy or this zero tolerance procedure, we might be able to address some of the bullies that way if we honor this immunity clause. That said, according to our statutes, we are supposed to review our bullying policies every 3 years. So this one particular policy has not been reviewed since 2018. So we are now coming up on year 4. So it's about time that we have a look at it. I'd like Dr. Moore, I've already talked to him about really looking into that one, and then the other one, which is the anti-harassment policy. It is 5517. So one is 5517, one is 5517.01. And then hopefully the district will be able to move toward a zero tolerance policy. Maybe we can do a zero tolerance campaign, something that really gets everyone involved. I'd love to see this code of conduct kind of unveiling these new procedures of what would, how the district is going to look at bullying in general. And hopefully this will, maybe we can have a promise, a student promise, or something that students can, sign off on at the beginning of the year. Maybe that could be part of the parent webinar, having parents sign off on it, kind of get the entire community together on this wavelength and build relationships rather than have students, continue in some of the things that they're doing. And maybe at this point we can kind of then see if it will help. I mean, if it will do anything for us to actually become a zero tolerance district. Maybe we can even do have a proclamation of that, and really push out this idea of tackling bullying at all ends. I just think it's that important. I really do. Ultimately, I think it's going to end up in higher academic achievement, having kids more focused in the classroom, making it easier for teachers to handle, hopefully, classroom management, behaviors or misbehaviors in the classroom. And that's really where what I'm thinking of in these terms. We got to kind of end some of the fights that are going on in these schools.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dampier and your committee, good work. A couple years ago when the format was changed with this, it was really, really easy to read and heard some good comments from community members. It's really interesting how the code of conduct really has the analysis with the tier support and where you are in the classroom and what we can do for students on a positive note, and I like that. Expectations are very, very important. Middle school and high school principal, the first day I met with every class, and I said to them 2 things. You have a right to a safe learning environment, and no one has a right to disrupt it. If we continue with these expectations and are consistent, it seems to be a real positive step. I've talked with many teachers and administrators this year, and they'll tell you for many reasons it's been a tough year. tougher even than last year, and I've discussed that with the superintendent. And what we want to do is very, very important in supporting our teachers and our administrators so that they have the tools, number one, to have good classroom management. Principal and assistant principals have the tool working with our students in larger numbers, and I think it's just key in what we do as a school board, because every child needs to feel safe when he or she steps on that campus. They must feel supported. I was dealing with cyberbullying when I left the high school, but just in a very small comparison to what we're dealing with now, especially social media. And I remember getting these calls, and my child was bullied on social media about midnight last night and so forth. You know, we really, really, and I'm speaking as a parent now. Parent has older children, but dealt with it a little bit. Along with our parent rights, we have parent responsibilities. We've got to make sure that we are monitoring our children, in my case now my grandchildren, as far as what they are doing on social media, what they are doing in cyberbullying. And we're getting that information out there a little bit now, but it's just so very important that we stay on top of that. Inform the school. Not blame the school, but inform the school. Listen, these two are having problems. What can we do? What can we do to help? Several times with those instances, I brought in both parents, and we sat down and talked to the students and the parents together. I mean, this was happening at midnight, 2 a.m. So these are the kind of things I know that students are doing now. And more than anything, you know, as board members, as administrators, as teachers, as parents, we need to model what we expect. What do we see right now in the world today, even in Congress? What are we seeing? We are seeing bullies. We are seeing people talk to people in a really rude and disrespectful manner. I've said it 100 times, and I'll say it again. You can disagree with respect. You can end a statement saying, I disagree. We're not going anywhere on that today. And then we regroup and maybe can move forward a little bit later. But I just think it's a whole, as you said earlier, it's a community effort. You see something, you know, we don't accept that here. This is what we need to do. I don't ever want a teacher being afraid to say in the hallway to a student, even if that student isn't yours. Because if you have a connection with the student, it's a little bit easier. You know, don't use that word. Don't do this. You know, we've got to work together on that. And I know with your teachers and administrators, Dr. Moore, you look at these things, you know, two things I didn't question. When there was fighting, drugs, I mean, that was an automatic suspension. It wasn't anything. And then when I got more information and researched it and saw that maybe one person was the aggressor, you know, you can then reduce. Or if they went to a certain program to get help. And then I would meet with every child who came back from a suspension with a fight or something that was major. So it is truly a community effort. Like I said, administrators and teachers will tell you they've had a tough year. We've got to be in there to support them. We've got to be in there to make sure they are getting the training they need. We need, as you said earlier with Dr. Schiff, with the mental health, again, this is one of those years where we really need that extra help, that we are there for our students. You know, it's something where school to home, church to temple, wherever we are on this, it's a community effort. So I want to make sure that we do that in support. But setting those expectations at the beginning of the year, knowing and understanding that code of conduct, and supporting our administrators when they do have the consequences, I think is key for us. Thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
I have a series of questions. So I'm going to start with a couple of things. A couple of things that I want to be somewhat specific on, because I want to understand them better. When we talk about Tier 1 interventions, the definition of Tier 1 on page 10 is for all students. Tier 1 universal interventions for all students include strategies that are used to teach social, emotional, and behavioral competencies. These strategies maximize students' abilities to problem solve and develop a sense of responsibility and confidence in one's ability. When we get to the actual Tier 1 strategies, I'm hoping you can help me understand this part. A lot of those, it's teach rules and expectations, remind prior to transitions, provide guidance. What I'm not seeing there that is my understanding of Tier 1 And it's entirely possible that I don't have as good a grip on it as you might. What I'm not seeing there is that in my understanding of Tier 1, it's all about value setting and norm setting and making it clear how we work. We are not directing, well, we're directing behavior, of course, but the goal is to have the students take responsibility for that behavior themselves by co-establishing norms and standards and practices so that they're holding one another accountable. It's not simply the adult in the room holding the kids accountable, but we create a culture of mutual support and accountability. What I see in a lot of these is predominantly adult to student behaviors, increased task-related recognition, environmental changes. What I'm missing here is seeing how we're building those values together. How are we creating guidelines together in the classroom? How are we creating leaders of the kids themselves so that the onus is shared by everybody in the room and is not simply about adult-directed behaviors or adult directing student behaviors? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so I'm wondering if I'm missing that somewhere in here or if it's embedded in some way that I'm not seeing. Because that's the piece that, to me, I always thought was the most essential piece of Tier 1 strategies. And here I'm seeing more, punitive is too strong a word, because it's not punitive, but it's adult-directed behavior rather than co-created behavior, norm setting, and values. Can you help me, walk me through that, understand that better?
I'm going to start off, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Dowdell, who really has been on the forefront with our PBIS. That is what Tier 1 is about, creating classroom learning environments where the students and the teachers are creating those classroom expectations together, how we're going to transition to the cafeteria, what's classroom community rules. And we see that as we walk around classrooms. This information was put in there for teachers, like if I'm a new teacher and I didn't know how to react to a student. But we have a separate PBIS framework that our teachers and our schools are trained on. And I'm going to turn this over to Mrs. Dowdell.
Yes, so that's exactly what I was going to reference is our PBIS, our Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports framework, like Ms. Dampier mentioned. So that is something we've really been really promoting at our schools is having, as of last year, having all of our schools have their PBIS expectations, but to where they're the overview and how do we tie them into the classroom and what does that look like within our classroom. So, for example, if it says to stay safe, the students are to have that conversation and create that expectation amongst themselves. What does safe look like within our classroom? So it becomes that community agreement. A lot of the schools, we really encourage them having students sign it so that they are, having that ownership over it. And in addition to that, at our elementary school level, we also have Sanford Harmony, the social emotional learning program that we're using, where we set group norms in there as well. And so again, with that, there's the, what can we do to make sure that we are showing love and kindness to each other? So one of those group norms would be separate, and it might be something as simple as be kind. And having that conversation as a class, what does be kind look like? Somebody falls down, picks them up, depending on the grade level, how intense you go with that. And again, with Sanford Harmony specifically, those Harmony goals, there's always the expectation that there's going to be a student signature, and we reference those. Those are referenced on a daily basis within the classroom. But tying those school expectations and with classroom expectations with student feedback. That's, again, giving the students the voice and allowing them to have ownership over what's occurring in their classroom.
So we have a great team, obviously, but I think the natural next step is to ensure that that's being led from a principal perspective. Mm-hmm. And it is no longer the responsibility of student services to drive expectation. We want to support, we want to nurture, we want to grow, but we all have to be speaking the exact same language. And I think, as I'm referencing some of the training at the beginning, You see the structures in place, the foundation in place. When I tell my team there's just certain things that you would think would be in place, that, you know, high-skilled, motivated principals have in place, but we don't see it being done consistently across the entire organization. And there's our opportunity to say, even though in our school improvement plan we have a goal around culture, it quickly becomes the first one we don't focus on, and we jump into the academics and the teaching and the learning, and then that's impacted because we didn't spend enough time, which is 180 days creating what is our language, how do we speak, what is, you know, acceptable across the entire campus. And I'll give another example. In meeting with students from the FLIC, we have to empower their voice. And when I say empower their voice, the group of students clearly, their words, not mine, we know exactly who, you know, I don't know who it was, but I know exactly who it was. But if we know who it was, we need to have a culture in which we all are saying, not on or in my house, or not in our building. And I think that can't be done with just, you know, trying to love it away. You have to set the expectation, and you have to stick with it. And you build this level of energy where you're empowering the students to lead the expectation. And when you have that, game over, we win.
100% agree. And alluding to, also back to what you said, what, I don't know what that was, but you made a funny face.
Well, I said everyone wins. We don't win, everyone wins.
Yeah. You alluded to earlier, referencing exactly what you just said, the idea that the goal is to identify the break in behavior before it happens, to identify it before it's a problem. And what we know and what research abundantly supports, and you've even directly experienced, you shared in some of the focus groups you ran, that where that begins is in how we build relationships. And how we build those relationships, student to teacher and teacher to student, but also student to student, teacher to teacher. The way we create a culture that works is when we trust each other in an environment. And the only way we do that is by building the relationships. And so when I see Tier 1, in my head, that's all about building the relationships so that the problems don't happen at Tier 2 or 3 or more broadly like we recently have seen at a couple of schools. Because when people feel connected, I mean, there's so much research on this, not only in behavior, but also in addiction and self-medication, that when people feel connected, when they feel a part of something, they are going to work to support it because they're engaged in it and it matters to them. And that's what I hear you saying, but deeply hope, not only with my focus on mental wellness, but also in all of this, that's the focus at Tier 1, that's what we're doing. And we can do it age appropriately at pretty much every grade.
And we have to do it outside of the classroom.
Yes.
So,
In and outside, I would say.
well, I think in terms of student-teacher relationship, we're ahead of the curve. But when I don't have a relationship with the teacher, number one teacher complaint, number one, is the disrespect or defiance of a student that I don't know. I am doing my duty, I'm doing my responsibility outside of the confines of my classroom. Hey, could you, let's get to class. Hey, it's time to, move along, take your hat off, or whatever it is, a corrective, non-consequential redirection. And the response is a foul word, or I don't have to listen to you, depending on the grade appropriate. And we need the response to be from other students, not laughter, but hey, come on, man, that's not how we do it here. We're sharks.
Exactly.
We're fighting Indians, or whatever the case may be. And, teachers may not see that in their classroom, but they're like, man, I'm giving up my time to go up, and sometimes, well, a lot of times I'm giving up my time to push kids to class, and just because I don't know this kid, I shouldn't be exposed to that kind of behavior. And what's sad, but truthful, is that saying, I don't guarantee, yes I do, if you took the teachers of that particular student and said, this child just said to me this, those other 7, 8 teachers would be like, I can't believe he said that. Because in my classroom, I don't see that at all.
Because of relationship.
But it shouldn't, the expectation is about self. You don't apply the expectation to situation, you have it about self. And it's really creating that norm across the entire organization. And a lot of times, it's almost a unique problem to have, or a neat problem for us to solve, because overarching behavior is not bad. But we have to not become lackadaisical or not take a very aggressive approach across the entire system of saying, it's just a few kids. We want to change the behavior and provide an environment that replicates what is needed to be successful in the real world. And what's modeled or seen in a lot of times isn't 100% of reflective as to what an environment, the behaviors that need to be displayed in an environment that leads to success. Ultimately, does the opposite.
Yeah, and I'll give you 10 to 1. Two things.
That's what I was
One,
gonna
I
say.
think, well, I'm going to get back to that in a second. There's a misunderstanding, a persistent misunderstanding in the difference between punishment and accountability, right? Punishment, I know with many kids, my own included, tends to further exclude, marginalize, and have the kid withdraw in many ways. Accountability is you are accountable for your behavior. There are consequences for behavior. Now, how do we work with you to understand why that happened, how it happened, and to prevent it in the future, and to make it right moving forward with those you've harmed? So how do we do that? And ultimately, it inevitably comes down to building relationships. But holding kids accountable is a practice where kids can see the harm that they've caused, where they can understand and take responsibility for their own behavior, and then have the consequences, but also know how to shift that moving forward because they're taking responsibility. They're not being simply directed by an adult who is standing over them and telling them what to do, how to be, and how to do it. That said, we talked a bunch here also about bullying, which I 100% agree is unacceptable. We seem to be at this moment in time, publicly, privately, electronically, and face-to-face, where bullying has become very normalized. And we've come to accept it as behavior among both adults and children. We tend to hold kids more accountable than we hold adults for this behavior. And so in our code of conduct, when we talk about dress code specifically, or we talk about bullying and harassment, and we talk about what kids can and can't do, specifically on page 26, we talk about writing, symbols, images that are reasonably expected to be divisive, demeaning, or offensive to any person or group or to disrupt the learning environment. To what degree do we also hold the adults in our spaces responsible for that? Are we having the same standards for teachers? Are we having the same standards at our meetings where people are being bullied, where people are, we have clear dress code about what you can and can't wear on a school campus for kids. Are we having, I know this has been brought up recently in some of our meetings about what's acceptable here because we are modeling it. Because we're sitting up there, we don't always see everything that's happening on the floor or out in the hall until we hear about it. And when we do, there are people who have been intimidated from coming to our meetings. I realize I'm digressing somewhat here from code of conduct and dress code, but if we can't hold to the same standards that we are expecting our kids to, it should be absolutely no surprise to us when we are having bullying, fighting, and other disrespect shown in our schools. So I hope that we hold ourselves equally to that standard as adults and in all of our professional settings. A quick question, you mentioned in here when a kid is referred to ALTOS, right? And there's a distinction, right, between ALTOS and going to the ACE.
Yes.
Right? And
Yeah.
so we talk about ALTOS for out-of-school suspension, but some kids who have long out-of-school suspensions or persistent behavior on out-of-school suspensions wind up going to the ACE. Can you clarify the distinctions around that?
Okay, the ALTOS is considered in schools, well, it's alternative to suspension. And at ALTOS, we do have a certified teacher there, as well as we provide mental health support there. And we really try to work with the school counselors to redirect that behavior so when they come back, we don't see that same behavior on campus. So the mental health counselor contacts the school counselor, and they work out a reentry plan for that student when that student is to come back. For ACE, ACE is assigned by a group of the district staff. We look at all of the behavior, we look at grades, we look at attendance, we look at the whole thing to determine whether or not that environment, a smaller environment, would best meet the needs of that student. And those students are assigned there. And I can tell you, we have not, at the ACE Center, we have Mr. Brown there. This is his second year. We've had, I think at the time I spoke with him in December about it, he didn't have any students return as a second offender because they went back to their campuses and they did. Now, however, if a kid wants to come back because of the smaller, environment, that's different. But as far as students, repeat offenders, I mean, that is unheard of. So in that space, you have, students can recover credits. They have the Edgenuity Lab. They actually have a SEL classroom where the teacher is teaching behaviors, positive behaviors, and how they could have, behaved differently if they come into a situation on their campus. But the students, if you walk on that campus, you would be surprised. Kids are in class, they're learning. It's not loud. It's a lot of things going on that's positive at the campus. That we do have some parents who really want their kids to stay there because it's a small environment and they're actually being successful at ACE. And they just don't want them to go back and be one of many, in a comprehensive classroom. So the difference there is that you are assigned based on district staff. When we look at your history, and school principal brings you forward to district staff on behalf of our CERT team.
And one of the new initiatives that we'll be rolling out over the summer is the re-envisioning or rebranding of ACE. And one of the things that really is a point of frustration for me is that it is seen purely as across the entire county as a place where bad kids go. And as a guy who had his life changed as a result of being a counselor there, a guy that did a dissertation that I'm still paying for in alternative ed, it needs to be rebranded.
Yeah,
And my dissertation really was on evaluating and designing an effective alternative education program. And my research indicated that 86% of the time, which is powerful to what you just said, when a student returns to the traditional school, his attendance and behaviors go right back to where they were when he was assigned to the school within a semester. So 18 weeks in Miami-Dade County Public Schools on the south side, 86% of the time, I earned my way out. Clearly defined criteria, didn't miss more than 3 days of school, had all A's or B, had no discipline referrals. That's an unwavering high bar to meet. They met it. They return credits. Then they go back because they want to go back in some cases too, where all the bells and whistles and social experiences are. But they did not find success. And in some cases, it is teaching a child to be successful in the environment that can be replicated in the real world. At the same time, preparing him to be successful in the real world. So we have to say in some spaces, in the world of choice, and this district and every other district is going to crumble, public school system will crumble and fall if we can't compete with choice. So we have to be able to say, There's nothing wrong with going to ACE, a small environment in which we're going to meet your needs and we're going to prepare you to be successful in the real world. We have to re-envision and brand that. And that's a tough hill to climb because, you know, I was going to say the youth fair, but they call it the fair here last night. And I had that conversation with a student who was working there who went to ACE. And that's how they described his or her, his experience. So we got work to do. We're going to rebrand it, and we're going to maximize. It is the most expensive, outside of the private school over there on the island, it is the most expensive education in Indian River County. When you look at the level of services,
Right.
the number of adults that are there, what we pay versus, you know, for per child is going to be up there with St. Ed's. I guarantee it.
It is.
And that's a gift. We have to re-envision.
It's great. I really look forward to hearing that because I completely agree with everything you just said.
Well, we're working, we should have something soon.
Good. I know I'm taking a bit of time here, but I
Fine.
took kind of no time on anything else, so I'm going to claim it all here. You know, one of the things too, just back to bullying for a second, I hear this from my college students. I teach a course in crime in schools, and so we talk a lot about bullying and PBI. We talk about what's the problem and then what are the responses to the problem. And when I ask the kids what's some of the biggest problem that you see or what creates this unsafe spaces for kids on a campus, how do you know when a space is unsafe? And I'm driving every way I possibly can to get them to say bullying, either online or face-to-face, and none of them are saying it. I'm in a room with 50 kids. None of them are saying it. And finally, I said, this is so interesting. Why isn't anybody saying this? You know what the response was? It's become so normalized, we don't even realize it's happening anymore. We're so used to it, we don't even hear it anymore. It was fascinating. It's become such a part of the culture that kids are so used to, they don't even, granted, this was not a generalizable research study. This was kids in my class a couple weeks ago. But they were so used to the experience of what we as adults would call bullying that they had just learned to live with it. They didn't even see it anymore. They just blew it off and moved on because they didn't have the experience that things would ever be any other way. So one of the pieces of this is that what we experience in here as adults as bullying and what we consider unacceptable, kids have other adapting mechanisms too. And if we're not closest to them to understand it and hear it, then our interventions don't get at the root of the problem. Which brings me back to Dr. Moore's earlier comment about getting resources closest to kids. And I know, Ms. Dampier, we've been talking a lot about mental health, and I know that we'll be getting more information about that shortly. As Dr. Moore alluded to, what I am most interested in, and by the way, I would again encourage us to shift our language from mental health to mental wellness, because what we are aspiring to is mental wellness. What we want to focus on is creating systems of wellness. So in focusing on wellness, what I want to know, and I want to know it from the people who are A, closest to kids, but B, the people in the district who are managing the adults who are closest to kids around mental wellness, is what's working? What's working, what's not, how do we know? Those are the things that I'm most interested in, so that as we move into constructing our budget for next year, which I know we'll be talking about shortly if I ever stop talking, how do we understand what we're doing, what's working, the network of support we have, but where are the gaps? And who are the people who are best equipped to tell us that information? I would like to hear from them how we create this network of support for kids, most clearly and directly. That's my primary goal this season, I would argue. So as we talk about resource allocation, how do we measure the allocation? And again, to what Dr. Moore just said, the ACE is very expensive, right? How do we measure the resources we are putting in to the output and wellness we are producing? The ACE is very successful. with a lot of kids in producing wellness where kids can go back to their home campus and be successful. And it's very expensive to do that. How do we construct that for our other 15,000 kids so that we keep them well? And that's what I'm looking forward to hearing. I know we'll be getting more information about that in the next month or two. Lastly, I think lastly, but to Mr. Barefoot's point about cell phone use. As the parent sitting on this dais with a teenager who is glued to his cell phone and who, if he ever gets in trouble about anything in school, which he never does, except for the cell phone, which is how I know exactly what class you're talking about also. They've grown up in an environment where they don't know how not to do that. It's so addictive. So I know that teachers now, back to the code of conduct, teachers, as I understand it, are not permitted to take students, to physically take their cell phones away from them. There's not a structure for that. Is that true? Am I right on that? That they don't have, so it used to be, I understand, that they had these things they could put up by the door, right? And you would put your cell phone in it like a shoe rack almost, like where you put your shoes. And kids would put their cell phone in that for the time they were in the class. I understand that that's generally not happening, at least not at the high school level. Is that true, or am I mistaken on that?
I see inconsistencies across the board with that. Some classrooms, before you enter, they have those rules and they have those expectations established for cell phone use. And they have, sometimes they're utilizing that as a reward system in terms of giving students the time to utilize. But what I've seen lately is that there's some classrooms that do have those rules established where there's no cell phone use. And they have the posters up. With a visual, so.
I hate to say it, but having a poster up that says you can't use your cell phone is useless on a 17-year-old. I absolutely guarantee you. So how can we be more consistent in that? And part of this, I think, may be helped next year when we move away from the double block scheduling, because it's very hard for kids to focus, particularly in a subject where they're not interested, for almost 90 minutes. Without reverting to what is normalized behavior for them, which is something changes like every 3 seconds. They have the attention span of a flea.
I think that will be part of the work that we do, like Dr. Moore said, this summer. I know there used to be processes and procedures in place. I saw it, I witnessed it at Vero Beach High School. That was part of, unless they were using it for instructional purposes, they would lock it up. They had these little compartments that they use, but it's not consistent in every classroom. So that's one of the teachable items that we want to make sure I have on my list to make sure for students as well as for teachers, parents, and for our administrators. So we're going to focus on, making sure that we have common expectations for that as well.
Yeah, so one of the things I'd like to see when we come back to this, what's working and what's not, is of the kids that go to Aspire, how much of that is for cell phone use? My guess is that it's a lot. No? Not so much? Okay.
No, not usually.
Not usually. Okay, good to know. But I'd like to know why they're going to Aspire and then what's working, or Aspire, Altos, any of them, frankly. I know we use a lot of acronyms around here. Okay. I think that's it for now.
Sorry, I have one more
Yeah,
observation.
please.
Just from the climate and cultural walks, what I see that is a missing piece. We have our class-wide, our school-wide expectations. I see that as being a strength. It's the part where we need to have more inside internal class rules where students have a part of coming up with the class rules. And that's what I see is the weakness that we need to strengthen where they can buy into the rules. So then you would be addressing, for example, a part of that could be that cell phone use can be addressed. But when you don't have that part of it, it's like that's where you lose, where students are not going to be able to have those expectations visibly that they've owned to. They're owning to those that they've come up with a part of that.
Yeah. completely 100% agree with you and would argue it's because they see themselves as individuals, not members of a community in a group where their behavior affects others. I'm just using my cell phone, it's not bothering anybody else, why is that a problem? And it's
Correct.
hard for them to understand, both because of their stage of development, but also because of the culture that's created. So how do we do that, not just in classrooms or individual classrooms, but school-wide? School-wide is the culture of the school, that this is how we behave and interact and create community with each other. So, yeah, 100%, and if I weren't in this job, that's the job I want to be in, is I want to do that work. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience.
Okay, board members, it is 2:14. Usually, I ask if we want to take a break after 2 hours. I do have some comments on this, having been a former principal and teacher. So would you like to take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back at 2:20?
Thank
Okay?
you. Thanks.
I believe it's my turn to get to ask questions and speak. Hi. So first off, there's some question out there in the community about committees that are formed for the school board. And as I know it, there are 3 types of committees. We have a committee that is fact-finding committee, similar to like the book committee that we had, that reports directly to the superintendent, and the superintendent then reports to the board. There is a superintendent's committee. Those are a lot of committees that report directly to the superintendent and then don't report to the board. And then we have the board-elected committees, which report to the board directly and in the sunshine. For example, the equity committee is an example of that. So it's my understanding that this is a fact-finding committee, correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay. So because of that, I appreciate the fact that you included community members, included student voice. And I know that for a fact because I've sat in on this particular committee in the past. As a matter of fact, I spoke about something that this committee brought forward before I was on the board, and it had to do with dress code. It wasn't that I was against the changes, it was against the timing. So I appreciate the fact that the public hearing is going to happen in April instead of in the past, in June, which I think is a little late for parents to know that there are changes that are going to happen after they've selected their school for their child and they know they've purchased, school clothes and things like that. So I appreciate the fact that we're bringing this forward much sooner. So thank you for that. So understanding that we go through this process where it's all in the public and we talk about this, and there have been some concerns that we've had about several things in the past with discipline and safety, and that's been forefront lately because of fights and things that have been in the paper. So the question I have, and one of the biggest things I noticed on here is the change, is directly about profanity towards employees. And I appreciate that because that is the #1 thing I'm hearing from employees about the number of times that profanity is being used and directed at them. And so we appreciate the fact that I do, that is coming forward as an element that's changed on this. So when we have policies in place, and Ms. Stampier, we've talked a little bit about this, and I was going to bring this up, was about telephones, or that's an old term, cell phones. So cell phones, my understanding when we looked at the problem that we had at the Flick with the fight that started with 2 girls and turned into what was put in the paper as a brawl, having talked to a couple of the arresting officers on that, they were surprised, I was a little surprised, not much, that students were willing to actually have a record so that they could get the best TikTok video with their phone, and leading to more problems, of course. So I think, the cell phone usage has gotten out of control. And, we've talked about what's the best way to do this. Parents want their children to have cell phones so that they're constantly in touch with them. And it's a parent's right to have that for their child, but it's also understanding that the parent is signing off on this and they understand the policies we have in place, and their child can actually have a criminal record because of their use of the cell phone. So I specifically want to bring up policy 5136, board members, wireless communication device, which is known as another acronym now, WCDs, and that they must be appropriately regulated to protect students, staff, and the learning environment. I totally agree with that. And we're looking at building principals are authorized to determine the specific locations and situations where the use of the WCD is absolutely prohibited. However, we're hearing, and you said it earlier, that teacher by teacher by teacher is making these decisions in their own classrooms. But yet on here, we've given that to the principal to decide. So I'm hearing a disconnect between the policy and what's actually happening. The other policy that's important to look at here is 7540.03, Student Technology Responsible Use and Safety. And it says users are required to refrain from actions that are illegal. And parents sign off on this. And so when you look at this policy a little bit further, you notice that it specifically says Pursuant to federal law, students shall receive education about the following. Education. So we are educating children about the following, correct? Safety and security while using email, chat rooms, social media, etc. The dangers inherent with the online disclosure of personal identifying information, which would include a picture of an underage student being posted on a social media platform, correct? Okay. The consequences of unauthorized access, hacking, things like that, getting into somebody else's social media account. And then unauthorized disclosure, use, and dissemination of personal identifying information regarding minors. So that's pretty serious. The cell phone thing is getting out of control, I think. But one thing that I didn't hear from you, I'm going to remind Ms. Tampier of this. You had a visit to my former school, and you brought a team down to Sam Gaines, K-8. You came down to look at our STEM programs because we had actually re-envisioned this school from a failing school to a reinvented STEM school. And what you noticed when you came and you asked me a bunch of questions about was not about our STEM programs, even though you were impressed by those, which was great. What you noticed were 8th graders walking in a straight line going to class. What you noticed was no talking in the hallways. And this prior school that had been a low-performing school, what you noticed were kids being respectful and on time to class. And the reason why you noticed that is because I actually was taking place in part of this change because I was a teacher and a coach on the campus at the time and was told that we will do something called one school message or single school message. I was really apprehensive about it because having been a teacher that I think has pretty good classroom management and having taught for so many years, you develop that. But we were getting so many new teachers that were coming in with other degrees and not knowing classroom management that we felt like we had to do something as a school culture to gain the culture back for the school. And so they brought this in, and we all had to, the very first day back with the teachers, hash it out between the adults on what the school procedures were going to be. Not what my individual classroom procedures were going to be, but what are the school procedures that everybody knows the rules? And that included cell phones, by the way. So in other words, how do kids come in the classroom? How do they leave the classroom? How do they walk between the bell changes? What are the expectations of tardiness? And everybody had to agree to enforce the rules on the campus. So kids couldn't say, well, in so-and-so's class I can do this, but not in so-and-so's class. Because guess what? They were the rules for the whole school. And we kept each other accountable as adults. And because of that, that culture changed in that school. And within the first 3 weeks after school, you know, that's when kids test it, you saw the fact that the culture stayed. Because the teachers all agreed. We hashed it out. I didn't agree with some of the stuff because that's not the way I had done it. But you know what? I had to bend and change for the good of the school. And I saw the change, and I was a believer after that. And I wasn't really a believer at the beginning, as you know. But I saw the change in that school. I have brought this up before about one school culture, and I haven't seen it in any of our schools. So I'm going to bring it up again, one school culture, because it was something that I saw is a big change. And they're doing it in several schools down there, and I know it's kind of spread through South Florida. The other thing I'm going to continue to shout from the rooftops is Kids of Hope. Because I hear, oh, we have to find which adult on the campus students trust. Guess what? If you have a Kids of Hope trained school and you truly are a Kids of Hope trained school, then your principal has a process in place where you know which adults are the aces for each kid. And that is already in process in a Kids of Hope school. Again, I don't hear that in our schools. I hear we're a Kids of Hope school because we say the pledge, and we have the little tunnels, and we hold up the signs. That's great. That's how you start. But it needs to go deeper. And the deeper part is when you see the culture of the school change, and you see exactly what you saw when you came to that school, which was kids being respectful to adults, which is adults being respectful to children, adults being respectful to each other, You saw that culture on there because of those 2 changes.
We have reached out on behalf of Kids at Hope to the foundation, and they want, the next thing I think that you and Dr. Moore, we had already reached out 2 months ago, and their concern is, and I agree because I went and looked at all the training that had been done prior to me over the years, and all of the schools that they did the training at, principals have gone, people have gone. It wasn't built into the culture where the school committed to doing that work. So what I am proposing, if we move forward, that it is a part of the school, not just the principal saying, I want to do this, because it won't sustain. Because if it's just the principal and the principal gets moved, then it doesn't, if I go through the list. So that's one of the things that moving forward, if that's something we want a commitment by the, that they have, we're putting together a plan of, have they met with their, their staff? Have they met with SAT? What is the commitment? So it's not just, it will remain if the principal or AP was to leave.
Right, exactly. As you know, that happened in my school.
Yes,
when I
yes.
left.
And so I've already been in contact with that organization that pays for that trainer, and they said they wanted Dr. Moore to come. They didn't.
Yay.
And Dr. Jones is saying that
Just
because
give
she's
them
on the
the
committee.
message. No, I'm not, I was just
Oh.
there that one day.
Yeah, so I have been in contact, so that's the next step.
I specifically worked with the Executive Roundtable this last year to help fundraise. I specifically helped them do the golf tournament for that reason, for Kids at Hope dollars to help spread the love of Kids at Hope. Because I'm going to tell you, it's a culture message. It's not a program. When people understand what it truly is and they go through that transformation of what it is, it solves a lot of these issues that we've been talking about. And it's respectfully solving them.
Right.
So I really want to keep continuously saying that from the rooftop. The other thing is, Dr. Schiff brought up the adult dress code at our board meetings. That has been brought up to me. And I appreciate the fact that you said we, as board members, we're up there trying to make decisions on all this stuff. I can't read everybody's shirt in that room, and that's not my job. The job is for the security team to follow the rules that we have in place, the laws, the policies. And unless this school board wants to bring forward a policy about school dress code for adults, people can dress the way they want when they come into our meetings, except for indecently. And that's something that I've already talked to the board or the superintendent about, mentioned it to the attorney, is, what steps can we take as a board when things get out of control? Now, we've done that with signs, so I guess the workaround is now shirts or holding up books or whatever it is. But, tread carefully on this because, we put these things in place for students because that's what we make policy for, the students in our schools. And student functions and functions of the school board when people come to functions. School board meetings and people's rights, that's something that you would have to bring forward as a policy change that we would have to discuss. So that one, I say let's be careful with that. And also, there is a request that I asked the superintendent for, so you understand that at our next workshop, and whether or not he wants to put this on a school board workshop or his own superintendent's workshop, I asked him to give us an update about school safety and discipline. And I stated that he needs to be very aware of CSCS HB 1421, which is school safety bill that has gone to the governor's desk. That has just been passed by the legislature. It's sitting on the governor's desk. Whether or not it gets signed within the next couple of weeks, I'm not sure. But that is something that I want him to look at specifically. It has to do with school safety. And we need to get an update on that from everything that's been happening in the community and in our schools. Okay, so for that, Mrs. Rosario asked to speak next.
Yeah, I had a follow-up on what Dr. Moore mentioned with regard to the alternative ed program. I have been talking about offering an alternative ed program here for a few years now. And if what I'm thinking is the revisioning or the reimagining what our current ACE program looks like, might be moving forward where there is an option for kids to opt into that program, then I think we're on the right track to beginning what the alternative, a true alternative to education is. I've said it many, many, many times before. An alternative school such as ACE has not been a true alternative. It has not been a true option for students in terms of education. It's been a placement holder. It has been a temporary school, I guess, but it has not been an alternative to the current schools that we have. We only have 2 high schools, not counting the charter, that are bursting at the seams. And we have Treasure Coast Technical College. We're not really offering kids any other option than the traditional school, 4-year school option. If we offered more alternatives catered to kids who might be overage and undercredited, or catered to kids like a business high school. We even have the opportunity to open up a night high school. Have we thought about something like that? We do. It does not have to be 9 to 3 or 9 to 5, 4. We have the opportunity to do any number of things to create schools that are alternatives. It will free up our high schools in a different way. It will create more interest. So I'm hoping that that's exactly what you all are thinking about, because this is the first that I've heard of that movement, which is great. So I'm interested in hearing more, moving forward. That said, there was a mention before about, I believe, about SEL programs and addressing elementary schools by just simply, for example, being kind and what that looks like being kind. And as wonderful as that is, I'm sure you all know what works in an elementary school may not necessarily work in a middle or a high school for sure. So our strategies need to be quite different as we are addressing different students and for different needs. On the SEL front, though, we have to keep in mind, I thought I heard something about students signing an agreement or a signature agreement or something. We have to keep in mind, we can't ask students to sign anything regarding SEL or anything mental health, mental wellness without the parents' permission. We need parental permission first before we ask children to sign anything.
So is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I was referencing that earlier, that was referring to the classroom agreements that they make as a class. Like, what are we going to be pursuing within our classroom? So just like setting the classroom expectations, like what does safety look like? What does accountability look like? What does respect look like amongst each other? What are we going to say? How are we going to treat each other? So what they're signing would not be necessarily defined as SEL. I mean, we see it as SEL because we're looking at the social and emotional being of the student, not just their academic. But the purpose behind it is for them to be able to identify that we are going to hold each other accountable to care about each other. And if, we were talking about teasing and bullying earlier. If one of my friends is not being kind to somebody else and they're calling them a name, I'm going to be able to say, hey, remember we talked about this and we said that we're going to agree to support each other and show love to each other and show kindness to each other. So I'm not sure, perhaps it crosses that boundary, but I really think it's more of that general classroom community, building, we were talking about relationships, building those relationships and having.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is if it is dealing with SEL or mental health or mental wellness, we have to get the parents' permission. Yeah. If it is a classroom behavioral plan or a classroom promise to behave a certain way, that's different. But anything that has to deal with social and emotional learning and mental health and wellness, it has to be through a parent permission. So I just want us to be able to identify the differences there, and good or bad, it doesn't matter. We still need the parents' permission on that, on the
So
on
then,
that
as
front.
far as that goes, I just want to make sure that we're clear as we go out into the schools and we support our teachers in the classrooms. So right now, we define them as harmony goals, and harmony is tied to our SEL program. Would it be suggested that, we still have those conversations and still?
Yeah, that's going to come from the superintendent, and there should be a parent permission with that then.
Okay, thank you.
Is that Dr. Moore?
Yeah.
You want to say something? I didn't hear you.
No, I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Sorry.
No, thank you. And then there was a question with regard to the data, or not a question, a comment with regard to the data. I think it was Dr., I don't know who it was who mentioned it, about Aspire or Altos data. I think that would be a good place, maybe a presentation, Dr. Moore, sometime coming up soon, that would give us all good information, because I know that I heard several board members talk about where we are in terms of some of this discipline. A presentation on the discipline data by infraction, without obviously mentioning student names, by either, those who go to Aspire, what does that look like? Those who go to Altos, what are those numbers by grade level? And then just giving us overall information, even those who are with regard to bullying, how many bullying gets reported into, is it ODR still? I don't even know, is it ODR? In the data system. So if you can provide that, Dr. Moore, that would be awesome. I do want us to make data-driven decisions, as many as we are expecting our school leaders to do and our classroom leaders to do, or our classroom teachers to do. And so with that, we'd be able to kind of make decisions on even the code of conduct, where the focus on code of conduct could or should be versus, something else. With regard to the cell phone usage, I know that there have been, in the past, I have seen some teachers actually use, is a cell phone blocker in their classroom that doesn't block the Wi-Fi, but it blocks cell phone connection, so they can't make a call. It has been, for some, it has been very, very useful. It doesn't interfere with the computer usage of the teacher or anything like that, so the teacher can still show things in the classroom. I see Mr. Bass is coming forward, but I don't know if you're going to talk to this, but I don't know if that is something many schools, instead of using the pockets, this is why I'm just kind of thinking out loud. So those little pockets where you put the cell phones, I think one of the reasons for some that didn't take off in a greater way, in a better way, is because when the kids take their cell phones out, they can very easily take another cell phone with them. And it's hard to kind of identify who's taking what cell phone at that point. At dismissal, everybody leaves at the same time, and you just see a whole bunch of hands going in. So it's hard to kind of give back to the student the right phone or monitor that progress when the teacher is dealing with a student or, helping a student in that dismissal. But what are your thoughts, Mr. Bass, on?
Through the chair, I was just going to comment on the cell phone blocker. It is a great idea, and it would solve lots of problems. However, it is a FCC penalty to do that, in the tune of about $120,000.
Is it really?
Yes, ma'am.
For students at a school
For
level?
any facility, public facility.
So I suppose it would be well, I hope it wouldn't be impossible to be a cell phone-free district, but is that?
State statute.
Well, if it's statute,
Is that
they're
also-
allowed to have phones.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that answers that.
Okay, Dr.
Thank you.
Jones.
Thank you. Just on the rebranding of ACE, looking forward to that. I want to reiterate what Dr. Moore said. I've mentored a couple kids from ACE the last couple of years. It's not a place where bad kids go. It's a place where that team works very, very hard on making sure their students get back to their schools. In fact, one of my students was just moved back to a high school, and I'm still working with her. So it's very nice as with a small environment, and I know that's costly, but those students going back to the school are the most important thing, and then of course graduation. So yeah, we've got to make sure that that doesn't have an image of students who are going there who are, I guess you could say bad, because that's not the truth. When I kind of bring all this together, dealing with what we've been talking about in, how do you build a culture with trust? Well, for me, and I think a lot of kids would say this too, it's buy-in, and it's being as fair and as consistent as you possibly can. That's not easy to do, especially if you're a high school principal with 2,000 or 3,000 students. But it was 2007 or 8 when, right before I left the high school, where they said you could have your cell phones on campus. And right then, my administrative team and I just looked at each other and said, okay, here we go. So as far as what people have been talking about, I think we're missing the boat unless we have principals and teachers who are dealing with it day to day here and just giving a workshop to say, this is how we're dealing with it. This is working, this isn't working. I just think that's good that we hear from them because we're not out in those campuses every day. It was pretty simple for me. If anyone had a cell phone out, we took it till the end of the day. It was given at the end of the day. You did not have cell phones on campus, but it's not an addiction like it wasn't an addiction like it is today. And it's not just students, it's adults. So I think we need to, before we make any decisions on how we go forward with that, is let's listen to the people who deal with it day to day. I'm going to speak with some teachers. Some are just tired of saying it. They want to get through their instruction, put your cell phone away, put your cell phone away, da-da-da. Some still have those pockets. Some have the expectations of you're not using it, and they listen, and some don't in the next classroom. So it's different for the kids. So as Ms. Barrymore said, whatever that one message is for a school or a community, by golly, we need to get back to it because they may have them, don't get me wrong. But the use, it's not saying you can use it every day. And that was in between classes too. You can get it at the end of the day. It's real simple. There is no argument. There is no discussion. Doc, I got to get on my bus. I said, I'll be right there. You're going to have it, So, I don't know, just that it all goes back to building the culture and the trust. But the kids have to buy in, and they'll only buy in if there's fairness and you're as consistent as you can be. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Schiff.
Yeah, 2 or 3 quick things. One, to your point, Mrs. Barrymore, about our meetings, I would like to add that to an agenda coming up. However, unfortunately, I won't be at the April meeting because of FSBA responsibilities. But I think it would be appropriate for us to talk about that, particularly as we are heading into an intense and volatile political season, that we do our absolute best to keep that out of our boardroom. So I would like for us to talk to that. Perhaps we can add it either as a discussion item at our evening meeting, or we can add it as a discussion item to our April evening meeting. But I would like to see us address that particularly this year, this season. Secondly, on redesigning the ACE, but not so much about the ACE, but about kids we may be losing. One of the people, and I also mentioned this to Dr. Moore, when we were all at FSBA last December, one of the people who caught my attention actually because of some things he said, worked for something called Accelerate Academies. I don't know if you know about those. I know Dr. Moore worked with them in Miami, they have it in St. Lucie, they have it in other counties, where they actually go out and find the kids who have not been successful in our schools, have not been able to graduate due to either they had to work, or because of a teen pregnancy, or because of a mental health issue, or whatever that might be. And they design a program specifically to engage that student. And it's free to the district. We're probably not a big enough district for that. However, we have neighboring districts with whom we could partner, and I'd really like for us to explore that. It's a little out of our purview, realm is a word I'm looking for, jurisdiction, but not entirely, because at some point these were and could be and maybe should be our kids, but we're not finding them because we're so busy with the kids that are in our schools. So I'd like to look into that moving forward. I'd like for us that to be part of a conversation about how do we create these alternatives and where can we partner. Third thing, cell phones on campuses. My understanding, but I could be wrong about this, is that it's actually really hard. Kids can't really make phone calls from there. They don't have the cell service, they don't have the capacity. But maybe that's just my cell service and my capacity. It is, okay. Because I know, for example, my kid can't get and receive calls from inside school, but that's not a thing, that's just
That's what he's telling you.
our lousy service.
One works, one doesn't.
Okay, so I thought it was an intentional policy, but I guess not. Okay, good to know. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot?
Well, anything I would say would be redundant, but I do think on this whole issue, I don't know, one of the great challenges is going to be consistency. And if you could ever get there, in a school, let alone in a district, it would be, you'd get some sort of humanitarian award for leadership because people have different views of a lot of these subjects, but I think it's a worthy goal, and just talking about it has some value. To your point about a dress code for meetings, that's a slippery slope. But, again, just talking about it has some value. And I don't know how we could ever pass a policy that would dictate to people that come to these meetings how they're supposed to dress. But on the other hand, just mentioning the fact that, we would like people to dress in an appropriate manner. And you're going to have to let people decide what that means. Maybe at the margin that makes a difference. I don't know. But some of the paraphernalia that's been worn in some of these meetings it's not going to make Esquire or Vogue magazine, I can tell you that. But that's all right. I just think that's probably, we got enough other challenges with parents where there may be disagreement, particularly at the margin. That's not one that I think we need to undertake other than maybe making a request of people, if they're going to come to a meeting, please, dress in an appropriate manner and hope that their taste is such that they know what that means. That's it.
Okay, thanks. One thing about the cell phones, I'm not sure if it's the making of calls that's the concern or the cameras on a cell phone that is a concern. Because that's when you look at our policies, that's where people can break policy, is by taking a photo of an underage child and posting it online. That is where kids are going wrong, and they think it's okay because they do it in public, selfies and all that other stuff, and then they post it and it's not okay. So that's one thing I want to bring up. The other thing was about the CTE programs and all ed. We have talked about that a couple of times, Dr. Moore, about maybe giving our kids that are not finding success in school that other path and trying to get those CTE programs on that campus. So I appreciate the fact that you're starting to look at those things because, let's always try to provide a possible solution instead of just pointing out problems. So we appreciate that. Mrs. Rosario.
Yeah, Mrs. Shattuck, what is the, because I agree with Mr. Barefoot on this about asking people to come a certain way, citizens to be dressed a certain way when they come here. I think that is bordering censorship beyond censorship. To even have a discussion about what citizens wear coming in or what shirt they have on, what clothes they have on, I think is just crossing all boundaries in terms of their civil liberties. But from the legal standpoint, and I know that the idea there to censor people walking in here, even with what they are wearing, would that violate their amendments, their First Amendment right to freedom of speech? or whatever other rights they may have.
Thank you. To the chair. So it's something that if you really wanted me to research it, I would research it. But just as a first impression, you asking me today, yeah, my first thought is that it would raise issues with freedom of speech. We don't really have that level of control over the public. And if you even think about the level of control that we have over students in our schools, in terms of how they dress, we have First Amendment cases like Tinker versus Des Moines, I believe, which was the Vietnam black armband case where they said that, you know, students' First Amendment rights don't stop at the schoolhouse gates and that they were allowed to wear those black armbands in protest of Vietnam. So even students, as long as what they're wearing isn't considered disruptive, or, you know, there are valid reasons for having some dress codes, that, you know, there's lots of things that they have a First Amendment right to as well. So I would say that, you know, outside of something like indecency, where, you know, there's a public interest in it, if we're trying to control something like freedom of expression, that we would have issues there. And I believe somebody brought, or I believe maybe the chair brought up the signs, how we've banned the signs. And that's true, but my understanding of the ban on the signs was that that could be blocking someone's view. So it wasn't just, oh, because the sign says something like, you know, support whatever. It's because the sign could potentially be blocking views or something like that. So there were other reasons for banning the signs that wouldn't really have to do with a message that somebody was wearing on a shirt or a button or something like that. So if you want me to, I can do further research into it, but that would be my first impression, is that there would be a lot of First Amendment rights and that we would need a really good reason if we were going to infringe with the First Amendment rights. Thank
That's
you.
all I need to know. Thank you.
Anyone else? I
Our
think
next-
we pretty much beat this topic.
Thank you,
Okay.
and it was absolutely outstanding conversation and great feedback. Ms. Dampier, you're still on the hook for contracted services. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Ms. Dampier is taking y'all to lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair. We have one item tonight that's on tonight's agenda, and it is the approval to increase the purchase order. We currently have a purchase order for contracted services for Stepping Stones Group, and this will provide additional supports with speech, language, and OT for our ESC students. And right now, we have 2 vacancies for speech, language pathologists, and the occupational therapist. Is just the caseload. It's just we have a lot of kids who have the need. So this will carry us until the summer. So our ESY program will be covered through this PO as well. So we're asking for an increase from, it was at 49,000 and we're asking for 105. This does not impact budget. We already have that budgeted within our ESC general funds as well as IDEA grant.
Okay, any questions or concerns about this? All right.
All right,
Great.
next 3 items are presented by our closer, Mr. Fagan, who's going to do the federal E-rate programs, first and fire security, as well as our budget planning considerations. That's more of a kind of a priming of our upcoming budget as we prepare to close the budget from Tallahassee, continue to get feedback from board members, as well as talk through the closing of this particular budget year that we're in. As you know, we've had some hits as it relates to opportunity scholarships, what's it called? The Family Empowerment Scholarships, fully funding students was a $3.7 million hit that was not budgeted for, lower FTE, which ultimately has a hit as well. Mr. Fagan, as you know, is a perfectionist, so that the ability for us to continue to balance our budget, even with unanticipated hits, is just a sign of his ability to keep us afloat and focused in and having the funds to be able to be in service of children. So that, turn over to Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. To the chair. Thank you, Dr. Moore. First 2 items are exciting. First one is the E-rate program. We have 2 items. One, we're going to be buying internet services. Now, what this big thing about this one is, right now we have 3 gigabytes in the district. This carries us to 10 gigabytes. Doesn't make it that much more faster, but when more people get on, then it doesn't slow you down. That basically will cost us about $120,000, and we'll get about $30,000. We only have to pay about $30,000 for it. The other item is we're going to be buying a whole lot of installation of network and maintenance switches. It's going to be routers, hubs, wireless local areas, and software to operate that. Overall cost of that is approximately $800,000, of which we'll pay about $160,000 for it. So that's a pretty good deal. Second item, oh, sorry, any questions? Nope. Okay. Second item is, as mentioned before, we have some various vendors that we use throughout the year. We get pre-approved at the beginning of the year, so we can utilize those services as we need them. One of those was First and Fire Security. We had them in the system for $150,000, excuse me, we had them in the system for $250,000, had a little electrical surge of lightning at Osceola, pretty much burned up the balance of that contract or those services, so we're increasing it to $150,000 to get us through the rest of the year. Any questions? Okay, do you want to start and me finish?
No, as I said, as the intent of this is not necessarily a full budget presentation, as we have had an opportunity to meet with board members regarding priority items that we will be building into our budget. So that today is the opportunity to really get feedback from the board as we continue or engage in the process of building next year's budget, while at the same time, you know, kind of close out, now that we are fully funded for this particular school year, some of the expenses, very, very planned expenses. And one of the things that I'm very, very proud of is, as a school system, we were able to have as much leniency or leverage to be in the best service of children as possible. So as an example, as we transition back into the school year, and even at the beginning of the school year, there were significant unknowns. We had two different periods of the school year in which attendance was severely impacted due to the various spikes, whether it be at the beginning of the school year or January when we returned from the holiday break. We wanted to have as much leverage as possible. So one of the things that we did in the building of our master schedules was pay very close attention to class size within our core. And our strategy was to really hold ourselves harmless. So if you look at our high school class size, just as an example, secondary as a whole, but the class size average is 25, we held true around 20, which gives us the opportunity to have a smaller teacher-to-student ratio, really to help accelerate instruction. But that comes at a cost, what we determined as a planned cost. Also, in looking at the 8-period day, that was a planned cost as we knew we're coming out of the pandemic, or what we thought was to be at the out of the pandemic. We did not want to just go heavy on remediation, but at the same time provide every opportunity to students to have both that remediation course. We talk a lot about math as well as reading as a result of the pandemic, without having a student lose the opportunity for an enrichment course. So we were able to provide that. Having 8 classes versus 7 classes obviously comes at a cost. So we were very, very intentional. When you look at our virtual school enrollment prior to the pandemic, it was about 40. At the beginning of the school year, it was a little bit increased. And as you know, we extended the deadline because of the Delta variant, and it spiked from around 45, 50 to 160. And that was the freedom that we gave our families, and that becomes an anticipated cost. So we're able to have the highest level of flexibility in what is probably, in the recent history of public education, the most complex and difficult time. So we have leveraged through that. We've done an absolutely outstanding job. But as we move into the upcoming school years, we have to be very, very accountable to every dollar. You know, the strategy of saying, hey, we can be dependent upon ESSER, and the implementation of the strategies in which I just discussed does not continue. So we have to be very strategic in looking at class size. We have to be very strategic in looking at every resource that we have to continue to extend every opportunity available. I think over the last 2 years, what Mr. Fagan has been able to accomplish is what I have described to this board, is the right sizing of our budget. When I say right sizing, we have a long-term plan regarding technology, a continuous expense that was never planned for before. A continuous plan regarding the additional funds that are needed for the adoption of the most appropriate resources. We're going to celebrate the impacts of Amplify, I think, for a very, very, very long time, and that's something this board should be proud of. And it was the right curriculum for us, but it was not a cheap curriculum for us. So we now know in 4 more years, we're going out to buy more curriculum. We have a plan in place to have a budget that allows us to secure that over the course of time. Just not a reactionary budget, but a proactive budget. So we've done some very, very outstanding things that, quite honestly, walking in January of 2020, that was going to be a large, long haul. We've been able to right-size the budget relatively quickly as a result of the additional funds that are provided, and we will continue to maximize the last chunk of dollars that we have, which is ESSER that we're yet to see, and we don't plan or spend any of that money until we actually have it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ficken.
To the chair, thank you, Sue. Through the superintendent's leadership, let me take it back a little bit. Back in 2021, we got our first ESSER. That was $8 million. And as you remember, that increased our fund balance a little bit. The plan was slowly burn that down, and that was the main objective of that. Then we found out about ESSER 2. We said, oh, okay, well, let's see what that looks like when it comes in, and let's try and use that same strategy. Deploying that strategy the plan was for 2 things. 1, build up a fund balance so we can deploy technology, and 2, make sure we have sufficient funds to always buy our textbook adoptions. We bought ELA, now we're going to buy math. Those are usually very expensive, and usually the funding you get from the state is not enough to purchase it. So either you have to tap into general, or in our plan here is we're going to put some seed money away there, so for the next year or so we'll have that seed money from ESSER and plus the state money, and we'll be able to buy. Same thing with technology. It's kind of hard to come up with $3 or $4 million if you're all of a sudden trying to redeploy laptops throughout the district and other technology. So the plan was to use a little bit of the ESSER money to start as a seed bucket so that when it comes time to redeploy every year, you take a little bit more out of capital and you build up that pot. That was the plan in 2021. Plus also for 21-22, 8-period day, keep class sizes low as the superintendent already mentioned, allow those children to get those gains back and then move forward from there. Well, 2 things happened in 2021. The first one is we lost a few students. About 187 students, that cost about $2.7 million. Family empowerment, we had 81 students in the prior year, 368 students this year. That's a 351% increase. Those 2 things together, that cost you $6.4 million. So it's a good thing we have this little fund balance. We're going to have to burn it down just a little bit quicker than we expected, but we're still going to be okay. ESSER 3 is going to probably come in before the end of the year. Not that that's going to safeguard anything as far as restoring, but it'll allow us a little additional cushion to balance out the rest of this year and allow it to deploy to next year. Now, we were able to cover that reduction within this year. So there's no hit to the school board, to the 5% fund balance. There's no services that are not being provided. We're able to cover that change this year. When we go into 22-23, the key item was, how much FTE do I have this year? How much am I going to get next year? Because what we do not want is we do not want to over-deploy FTE and student and staff next year and FTE be less. So the strategy is, whatever we earn this year, that's what we budget for next year. If they show up at the October count, fantastic. Now we can reset the clock to what FTE probably will be moving forward. February count comes in, look at that again, and next year becomes the resetting of our true FTE. We also found some issues regarding reporting the FTE. We put some things in practice in order to make sure we get the kids recorded correctly, make sure they're coded correctly, whether they're basic or whether they're ESC. We're also going to be focused on the board's initiatives, state mandates, and all the requirements in order to keep kids safe in schools. With that said, we are expected to see some additional revenue in 22-23 from the House and the Senate. Document came in this morning. They've tentatively agreed on the main items. They still haven't released what we call the detailed runs, which is by district, but it's about a $214 increase in VSA and about a $384 increase in total funding per FTE. For us, that's approximately $5.5 million. Okay? But most of that's already been spent. You're going to spend most of that next year. You have about $1 million increase in FRS. FRS went up almost 1%. You got performance pay you're gonna have to cover. You have an increase in the CWA contract. Health insurance, we haven't talked about that yet. That's still in negotiation and discussion. We have a meeting later this week. That might be $400,000 to $600,000. And then, of course, we also have to plan for McKay. McKay went up significantly this year. State has approved a 1% increase in those applications, so we expect to see an increase. That will require us to budget somewhere between $4 to $4.5 million, because we don't want to under budget and then have to make budget cuts later. But with all that being said, under the superintendent's leadership, we've already started with this year's budgeting process. We've looked at divisions, we've looked at schools, and we're downsizing where we can, streamlining operations to line that budget so that we'll be in a good position come year end. And like we said, ESSER 3 applications out there. We haven't received anything yet. If it comes in, it might help soften that $6 million hit this year. It doesn't give you more money, but it kind of balances you out. Any questions?
Board members, any questions? Mr. Pagan, the closer. Go ahead, Mr. Rosario.
Am I the only one?
No, I do too.
Sorry?
I have a question too.
Do you want to go on? Did you have your hand up first?
No.
Mrs. Rosario, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fagan, for all of that information. So, priorities, right? You're looking for feedback on priorities? All right.
Absolutely.
CTE, vocational, technical education, you're writing it down?
Yes, ma'am.
And Treasure Coast Technical College. These have been priorities of the district for quite a while, the last few years. Treasure Coast Technical College in particular did not have an opportunity or has not had an opportunity to move to phase 2 of their opening, so it would be wonderful if we can provide that support to them to move to their phase 2. Right now, the grant that was proposed or that they received to add the surgical programming, it's wonderful. But if we could look to provide or supplement with whatever they need to add to the areas of culinary arts, I believe it is, so they can redo that whole kitchen area, it would be that much better. So then we would have 3 new programs to at least get started on the culinary kitchen area, if possible, the surgical, which is now in the works, and then the teaching program, right? Is it the teaching? Teaching assistant? What? Teaching assistant program, right? For
that's one of-
dual enrollment? I forget the name of it, that's why.
It's like the
This
early childhood.
early childhood certification program, right? Okay, so the, not just TC though, Treasure Coast Technical College, but also in our schools, providing whatever supports to beef up, attendance and participation in our vocational training programs. That would be a huge priority for me, for this board member, and I know that on several other occasions, other board members have mentioned the same goals. I will say, I'm veering a little bit, when we had the entrepreneurial event at Storm Grove, thank you, at Storm Grove a few weeks ago, the culinary arts program provided, actually they combined forces there, both Sebastian River and Vero Beach High School combined there, and in the lobby, their culinary arts had, pasta and their coffee, barista kind of things. It was everything was so well prepared, so well put together, so beautiful, and I thought, why don't we offer that in our lobby? Like, why don't we have our kids from culinary arts come during our board meetings and kind of showcase the things that they are doing on the nights that we have board meetings, especially coffee. Like, who wouldn't want coffee? It would be great revenue for them to provide it, and really just letting the community see that there's more to what happens in our school district than just what meets the eye. So just throwing that little seed of invitation out there. The other thing for me in particular would be the ESL language learning programs. We absolutely need to invest to make sure that there is a language learning program. As I've mentioned before, it is critical for our ESL students, to close that achievement gap. It is one of the greatest growing or the highest growing population in our community. So not having that it won't help in any way whatsoever. The other thing that when we look into that language learning program, if we could please look into the cost comparison of not just ESL and not just Spanish-English or English-Spanish, but also other languages, since we do have other population of students who are in our community. What we learned in a recent presentation was that some of the translations in the current reading program that is used now only translates some items, Spanish, English, or English, Spanish, but not in some of the other languages that are representative in our district. And that's a disservice to our kids. So if a language program can be offered in all of the languages, then that obviously would be a benefit.
Yes, ma'am.
Third, tacking onto that request is also a cost analysis of how much would it cost more to add the Spanish portion to support our Spanish teachers or our foreign language teachers. So if we have Spanish and Italian, I don't even know if we have Italian. Is it just Spanish that we have in our high schools?
And French.
And French, okay. So if it's just Spanish and French, why not also offer, it might not cost that much more, that's why I'm saying, it might not cost that much more to add just the French or the Spanish portion for the foreign language teachers to be able to use or utilize for their students to have access at home, or, you know, to help build up their language skills independently in the classroom any other way. So that's with that. The next priority that I have written down are deans. Deans, 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 deans. I think that deans in our schools would be highly beneficial, especially in this movement toward a zero bullying policy, especially in this conversation around school safety and telephones and cell phones and everything else that we're trying to address. Deans could be the number one person to handle discipline, freeing up the APs to be in the classroom and help teachers with other areas. That's what is critical. And then obviously, that's not removing the administrators, that's just simply allowing administrators to focus and function, to focus their functionality on other areas. So I will always promote deans. I've seen them work well. ESE, all-inclusive playgrounds, not sure where we are on that. I know that we started, but if we have not been able to upgrade all of our playgrounds, I certainly would hope that we could kind of look into maybe every year adding a few more playgrounds onto what might be where we are in that. Mr. Fagan, I saw you.
Through the
wanted
chair,
to-
if I'm not mistaken, we have a 5-year plan, and if I'm not mistaken, Scott, it's a 5-year plan. It's already in the 5-year plan.
Okay.
I want to say you were trying to do 2 to 3 schools a year.
Okay.
Depends on the size of the playground. So within the next 5 years, all your schools will have it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Virtual school, I'm very happy to see the growth on that. If we could do anything to improve on what we are currently offering, virtual school is another alternative. It's another option for those students who may not even know that it's available. It's not for everybody, but it certainly is available for those who want it, who need it, or who are interested in not going to the traditional school. It doesn't replace, well, in this case it would, if they're a full-time student, it would replace attending a public school, a face-to-face public school. But for some parents who are unaware, it is still an option. Dr. Moore, I saw you wanted to talk about that.
That's it. But I paused because you're kind of got a flow going, so
Sorry.
I'd be more than willing to wait to the end.
Sorry. Oh, and then STEAM programs, of course. STEAM programs, And the science, program, we need to beef that up more, I think. Offer more STEAM-related, hands-on learning activities. I'm not sure that we're showcasing it as much as we probably should. So I'd love to see science, technology, engineering, arts, and math be something that rises to the top of our priorities. In all cases, math in there. Obviously, if we're looking at our data, math is one of the lowest areas for us district-wide. It should be a focus and a priority for us. And I believe those are my initial priorities that I can think of off the top of my head that I keep mentioning, and I'll, yes, Dr.
So
Moore.
this is the opportunity for us to publicly receive that input. So I don't want anyone who may be watching to think that we don't, this is the first time that we're hearing this from board members. They're all of them are advocating for very specific things, and that's just their job, and we appreciate it. The only comment that I have is virtual, because that is a really interesting problem that we have. As you know, it went from 40 up to about 60 when school started, almost to I think it was 163 or 164. And that's a problem we created because we wanted to provide every option with the Delta variant. If we continue at that level, I think it's fine. I think it's the right thing to do, but we're gonna have to fund it with our teachers, because the design right now, we're ultimately losing money providing the services as we outsource it. We have a strong local program in place. Ms. Holden goes above and beyond. She does all of our assessment and runs all, I even called it alternative, runs our virtual school as the principal. We have a full-time counselor who's available for that as well. We thought those were the right decisions to make, and we'll continue to fund those positions. But if the numbers continue at that specific rate, we have to do our due diligence of saying, how do we find full-time virtual teachers who are local here? Because that way we can receive not necessarily full funding for them. We don't get if they're not taking the bus, we don't get that piece of we don't get all of some of the truncated stuff, but we get the basic FTE for those particular students. So that's the one, we need to determine what is the cutoff between the number of students who will be enrolled next year, and do we do option A, which is what we're currently doing, or do we go option B? So that's a neat thing to solve.
So just as a follow-up, we're required to offer 3 virtual programs, or at least have a contract with 3 virtual programs.
Right.
One of the virtual programs is Florida Virtual.
Correct.
That we currently have, I suppose, contracted or whatever that you would say. Is the Florida Virtual the one that you're referring to now that we are currently using for our virtual school? And that is why, because they are already established, they have teachers that are hired on their platform, and we are using their teachers as
yes.
opposed to creating our own our own virtual program, hiring our own teachers to teach the curriculum that we would create.
100%.
Okay.
Correct. So the numbers had always been so small. Financially, that was the way to go.
Right.
These are your options. All 3 of those options were outsourced options.
Right.
We still, as you just noted, have to provide all 3 options. But if one of the options was our own local thing, I think it would be hard to say, hey, I want someone who's local over, someone who may be in Wichita, Kansas.
Right. So here's one of the reasons why I think Florida Virtual is so great. Because I've seen their program. As a homeschooler, I've used them as a homeschool option for having my son take some courses with them. The array of courses is like, gosh, I want to say thousands and thousands and thousands of courses that have already been established, already implemented, already vetted. I mean, they already have their hired, highly qualified personnel. There's no doubt that if we were to offer virtual school through Florida Virtual, if a student did not want to take math or French at our high school, for example, and they wanted to enter into or admit into our virtual school through Florida Virtual, They would be able to take sign language, they would be able to take Italian, they'd be able to take even a Hebrew class, they would be able to take German, just an example, only because those courses are already established. So I hope that we don't be too premature in kind of pulling out on that offering, because the array of coursework, the electives, everything that they have, including tutoring services for those online students, are already established. So it's a great program. I know that you're talking about finances, but sometimes we have to be able to say, is this worth it? Until we get to that, level where we have 300 students applying for our school and we can afford and have the time to create our own. I think, I'm not sure that we're there yet. But I think this is a great start for us to build.
I think we're further along than we anticipated being. So another thing, and when you say we're going to be best by students, you find that it's expensive. In our secondary schools, so I'm speaking specifically full-time virtual students.
Mm-hmm.
We continued specifically, more so in our high schools, to provide the offering of all of those additional courses, as you referenced. Hey, here is a plethora of courses in
Right.
which you can take. Now, from a fiscal standpoint, we are a public school system, and those 6 classes that you have to take, which is how we receive full funding. We have to be vigilant in saying a student has to take a basic education, which is 6 courses, and then additional courses, that would be the opportunity to do so. We've done that this specific year, and the one-offs in terms of secondary students taking virtual courses is drastically increased. And we allowed it to increase this year strategically because we wanted kids to get as many credits as possible, at the same time staying engaged. There was a lot of families who said, I want my, almost share time students, for lack of a better way of saying it, I want my kids to come to school for these particular courses, but not these particular courses. And that was more of us saying, okay, because of the pandemic, the parent says my kids wants these courses with this teacher because maybe it's math, or
Right.
it's but we've got to get to the point where you're taking the 6, because we can't run the system without fully funded students.
I was just going to mention that. I was just going to say the Flex program that they have at Florida Virtual allows for just that. It's the Flex program where you can pick and choose 2 or 3 courses, but in this case, it would be taking the rest of the courses face-to-face at a local school. If a student did not want to do their virtual PE course or a course in, physical education online, but they want to do it face-to-face at a local school, they can actually do that. I think having the systems, as you talk about always, having the systems in place, what are we going to offer? Are we going to offer full-time virtual, or are we going to offer both full-time and flex program? And I think if we were to pick which one we're going to offer, or both, it might kind of drive the decisions moving forward as to what that would look like. But thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Jones.
I know we met earlier with Mr. Fagan and Dr. Moore, and now that I'm looking at the 5.5 million we're going to be receiving because of the budget, a little bit of an increase in FTE, and a lot of it's already being taken, I might rethink a few of those things. But you're saying basically our general fund balance at the end of this budget year will be about 5%, Mr. Fagan?
Excuse me. You have budgeted ending, and then you have actual ending. Your budgeted did not change at all. It's always been 5%, approximately $7 million. When I started, I made a comment about the $24 million. That's your actual ending / beginning for the new year. Okay, and we got the 24 million at the beginning of this year, and we did that and got that high because of ESSER. We said we might slightly go down because we're going to burn it down slowly.
Okay.
Well, because of these 2 hits, we're going to probably burn it down a little bit faster.
Okay.
We're hoping this. We want to stay around 14 to 18,
Sure.
14 to 60. We don't want to go much lower than what we were before ESSER.
And Dr. Moore, the 7-period day, which are going to, the principals will still have the leeway to work the schedule as they choose. In other words, if they still wanted some block or skinnies or whatever. As far as this, it doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 each day.
Through the chair, some of the secondary schools are looking at some innovative things.
Okay.
So the answer to your question is yes. I'll give you an example. I may have one block of students may have language arts first period, and that same set of, am I talking so much the battery has died? I didn't think I was talking that much today. In the same 25 students would have the same history course
Sure.
the next period.
Yep.
And what that does is allow the integration of curriculum for those two teachers. It allows for a block schedule. So there are school sites looking at very unique things there. Another example would be in our middle schools, language arts back-to-back with your reading course. And that could be a combination of two different teachers, once again, integrating curriculum, different focuses. So although we go to a 7 straight, we don't go to this locked down, jailed
Right.
approach where it has to be one specific way. I've actually met with a group of students who've had suggestions for me from Sebastian. I'll be meeting with him again this week regarding IB programming and some of the innovative things that they have. And how cool is that? Students are coming to me and giving me the answers. And I said, all right, yeah, heck yeah, we'll figure that out. And that's really, really cool. So the answer to your question is that,
I guess that's the old-fashioned teaming or academies we used to have as far as putting it
Well,
together.
I think in middle school, that is a significant opportunity for
is.
improvement. I think, when you look at middle school to redesign as a nation, middle schools were created to prepare students to be successful in high school. What they have turned into is miniature high schools. They are content-driven. They are not, student-focused. They're just all about reading, writing, and arithmetic, which is absolutely vital. But at the same time, we got to support students in their adolescence and development regarding behaviors that lead to success. And some of that teaming approach does exactly that.
And with our last year in ESSER, I'm very grateful to have our millage, supported by our community. Ms. Rosario talked about deans. I was one of the last deans, Vero Beach High School. Then they would quickly after that went to assistant principals. And if you really train your deans to do what you need to do, again, that's more allocations and then getting your assistant principals back into the classrooms and helping with evaluation and instructional engagement. That would be nice if we could have some of that, and then they could work the programs with student support and student services, and it could certainly work. When I think about the planning considerations, I had several, but one thing that will always be with me, it's about the transition program for our students at our high schools in ESE and making sure that our community, this is a school community effort, has the support that we need for our students because we're all here for them to have a great adult life. So it's something I'll continue to talk about. But yeah, I was looking at that budget when we got that from FSBA last Friday and saw a little bit of increase in FTE, but we can see it's going quickly. So thank you. I'll follow up with Mr. Fagan and Dr. Moore later. Thank you.
Dr. Schiff?
Well, I think, since you know all of us, it's probably fairly self-evident what we're all going to raise. Right, you can probably raise it before I say a lot of it. For me, priorities fall under a couple of different categories. None of this should be news to you, and I'm sure it's not, but creating comprehensive safe schools, and what that means, right, is focusing, as we've been talking a lot about, on enhanced mental health and wellness closest to kids, so that kids are getting the supports they need. And in order to do that, we need to have the right amount of staff with the right skills and training to provide the right services in ways that we know is working. And I know we've been working on that for a while. When we get the answers to that, sorry, I just put a mint in my mouth and I'm trying not choke on it. When we get the answers to that, we will have a better sense also of what we're doing that's working and where the gaps are. And once we know that, then we know how to fill those gaps. So I'm looking forward to getting information about that. Part of that also is ensuring that once we have a sense of what's working, we're getting adequate training and professional development to the people required to implement those strategies. And so we know things like, trauma-responsive classrooms, trauma-informed care, social-emotional learning, restorative practices all contribute to building school climate and culture, which is, as Dr. Moore earlier said, getting to kids before there's a problem. And so what I want to see us do is build scaffolding. I want to build the scaffolding to create safe schools before there's a problem. And I think we know a lot about how to do that. What's difficult about that is ensuring that it's done with fidelity, that we have adequate training, and by adequate I mean both in terms of quality and quantity. I think sometimes we tend to shortchange that because there's so much to do all of the time. We tend to focus on how, of course we focus on academics, that's our job. But sometimes we can't do the academics unless kids are ready to learn. And so we shortchange the scaffolding and the structures we need in order to create those learning environments. So that, to me, has always been a priority. And I think that's how we're going to get a handle on this discipline stuff. If we want to stop kids from fighting, they have to believe that there's a better alternative. They have to believe that it's better to be in relationship than out of it, and they have to have other strategies. And we have to teach them that. Second broad category, of course, student success, we know that. It's, as I mentioned earlier, and I know we're already doing this, and we've probably already devoted resources to it, but how we make sure that we have eyes on kids long before they get to their senior year, and that we have adequate counseling and support in place so that no kid gets to the middle of their senior year and is then told they don't have enough credits to graduate. And if that comes down to school counselors, then that's what I'm asking for. If it comes down to staff to be just reviewing transcripts all the time, then that's what I'm asking for. But that's for, my priority is the outcome. And then I trust you as the experts to tell me the strategy to get to that outcome. The other piece of that I've become aware of, and I know we're doing a lot of work with family engagement. How we engage families, though, sometimes has to be with awareness that how we would engage someone how we might get engaged might be different than how people in other communities are engaged. And I'm finding that a lot, that there are many parents who just don't know how to navigate the system. And what's happening then is the kids are the liaison, and they don't know how to do it. So we say to a kid, you need to get, X, Y, and Z done. Some kids can't do that without a structure of support, but their parents aren't that structure because they don't know how to navigate the system. How do we create the opportunity for parents to be engaged so that they feel empowered that this is a way they can support their kids? I'm having a lot of experience with this these days with some of our graduating seniors who are very much on their own because their parents don't feel comfortable or don't know how to navigate our systems. And so I want to see that link happen. Again, I'm providing broad categories and then how you want to implement them. Another broad category has been mentioned, and of course, everything that my colleagues mention is something, of course, I'm interested in, right? We wouldn't all be here if we weren't all paying attention and interested in this. So, of course, I support Mrs. Rosario's attention on career and technical ed. One on my list was ESE services. And so, do we have the right teachers' aides in the right places for the right kids? Or do we have ways of ensuring that kids who can be and want to be are mainstreamed with our general population so that we're not isolating ESE kids from other kids, which is a disservice to both groups. So I want to see how that moves forward in ways that, the broad term for that, inclusive. How do we ensure that our kids know, understand, and are empathetic to one another? I've been pushing for a really long time. I think since I got here, I've been asking about getting a grant writer because we miss opportunities. There's so many opportunities and people who want to give away money. We just have to be the ones to ask for it. And I think we should have a full-time, dedicated person whose only job is to search out and write grants. I think we could bring millions of dollars into the district that way. Lastly, I would just say teacher and staff resources and support. I know teachers are really struggling. Some of the stuff that teachers and staff, some of what they're struggling with is tangible, like, of course, wanting more money. But some of it is not tangible. It's just resources. It's stuff for their classrooms. It's ways that make them feel welcomed, included, and a part of a family that they want to be in part of. And so more and more, and I am not the expert on that. The expert on that is the people in the seats, is the teachers and staff. So I'd like to work very closely with them on how we can structure our budget to give them as much support as possible. Coming back around, also, we don't have structures for mental wellness support for the adults as much as we do as the kids. And if we're not giving the adults oxygen, they're not giving it to the kids. So I'd like us to create structures for getting oxygen to the adults. That's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Barefoot.
I'm exhausted listening to all of you. Have you run out of paper yet?
I'm doing pretty good. I got somebody bringing me some if I need some.
You just remembered all. Well, couple of things. I think the last point that Dr. Schiff made about grant writing, this is an art, and we've talked about this in related to other activities that are going on. But I do think it's important, and I can tell you that from my past experience, when I was mayor of the Shores and we needed to repair roads, we went out and found people that do this for a living, not as a full-time employee. But there are individuals that you can hire that have expertise, whether it's the Florida Department of Transportation trying to get some help where we have city road or town roads responsibility, they come in and add additional funding, but you got to go get it, and you have to know how to write it. So that's a possibility. And there are people with very specific skill sets, not in grant writing, but targeted toward whatever the subject matter is you're trying to get a grant. I think this vocational emphasis is important. We've seen a lot of growth in the county. I think it's going to continue. The opportunity for these young people in the trades, broadly defined, is endless. I've told you the story of the general manager at Mollinex Ford, who happens to be married to the teacher that we were referencing, you and I know. I mean, he's got 7 kids from Sebastian River High School in that program over there, and not only do they get credit for a couple afternoons a week, but they work with these master mechanics on Saturday. And he would tell you that every one of these kids is good enough to get a job at any of the automotive dealerships in the county, and the starting salaries are, I'm going to pick a number, $35,000, $40,000 a year. And I think that, and of course, we all know about construction and electrical and plumbing. We can go on and on and on. So whatever we can do to make sure that it's not only having them, but it's also having people that direct these kids. There's a couple of individuals at Sebastian River, I'm told, are particularly good at this, getting kids headed in this direction. I'm told it's not quite so good at Vero Beach High School, but you know, this is second or third hand. So I think that investing in that, called that counseling or advising service is good. I have a question. It's not a question, just a concern, looking not this year's budget, but next year's budget. I don't know, we don't know where the Children's Trust thing has been pulled back. The county seems to be, they're going to address it, if not tomorrow, within the next couple of meetings, where they will not only renew the quarter point, but bump it up to a half a percentage millage. And there's people, because we get copies of all the anti-tax people that don't want any more money spent on anything. I think we almost have to, until we know the answer to that, which we won't until, assuming it is a referendum, and assuming it gets doesn't get passed or does get passed, anticipate what that might mean and how that could impact a year from now, because you don't want to invest in something this year and find yourself squeezed next year because we've lost that source of revenue. So it would be worthwhile, to spend, or have somebody spend a little time trying to anticipate what could happen just in case, so that we're not caught off guard. That's really all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have a couple things to say about this. First of all, it's kind of like, okay, all of us kids are asking mom and dad, where can you take our budget and spend it? And we all have things that we'd like to see, right? And how do you pick and choose which ones, So I agree with Mr. Barefoot being very cautious of taxpayers' money, because you never know what's going to happen on the rainy day. And I think, Mr. Fagan, I can't say enough about how you've put us in a really good financial position after having not been in one before. So we appreciate that. Keep going on that. CTE and alternative programs, so nice to hear what we're going to possibly do with ACE. And it is an expensive program. And so if we can re-envision it for something positive and maybe take the own money that we were putting, into that program and re-envisioning it for kids to be able to pay for some of these more intensive CTE programs at a middle school level or something is great. Of course, STEM is always next to my heart, having been a STEM teacher. And workforce housing, I have mentioned that, and I see somebody in the room. Not sure what money can be, we can't really spend that, we can't be landlords, but what does it cost to have a teacher come here and stay? And so that's something I think we need to, we can make all the wonderful programs in the world, but if we don't have the right people teaching them, that's a concern I have. And a grant writer, the right person pays for themselves. I've seen it. I've seen a person that I worked with quite closely be able to bring in millions of dollars to my former school district that I worked with. But then that person got hired away because of the success, got hired away somewhere else. So that happened one time, It's tough because they're a gift, but they're also far and few between. So not just hiring a grant writer, but hiring the right person or the right company is important too to consider. So the one other thing I didn't hear mentioned that I'd like to bring up is teachers are still reaching into their pocket for their classrooms. And I know they get a check from, what is it now that they get? And it's only classroom teachers and some classroom teachers. 250. And it's not all classroom teachers that get that.
No, correct.
And,
Just
yeah, and that's something to be considerate of too. Because I know teachers are still reaching in their pocket and doing what they got to do for their own classrooms. Because some principals are really good about taking their discretionary money and saying, hey, you know what, you need notebooks for your class and you didn't get all of them, we'll get you those. And other principals are like, you know what, I got other priorities, I can't do that. So again, just like we were talking about from one teacher to another, it's different. I know teachers go through this from one school to another is different in what's allocated and how it's allocated. So we want to look at that as well. ESSER 3 money, you mentioned that you are hoping to get that by the end of the year. Have you heard something?
To the chair, no ma'am. I just
Okay.
know the application has been done, and just rumor has it, they'll probably release it now that the budget is done. They have to do some budget amendments and have to go to U.S. Department of Education. Now they probably have time, that now they can redirect those efforts, and so we might be able to get some before the end of the year.
And you may, some. What is the magic number on that one?
Well, the way they do it is, our allocation is approximately 30 million, plus charter schools get a piece, and they will release 2/3 first, and then 1/3 once the U.S. Department of Education approves it. And then they may only release a portion of that 2/3. So
Okay.
right now, we don't know yet, and we believe they're only going to release the part for the 20% for student success, academic growth first. So if you had something in there for something else, they will not release that first. But I don't know yet, that's all hearsay.
So student success and academic growth would, CTE programs would be
Anything
considered on
involved
that.
directly in the classroom.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. Yeah, I had some follow-up. I want to certainly agree with the grant writing. have mentioned that before as well, so I just wanted to reiterate the goal for adding a grant writer. I just want to throw out there also, in the previous discussions that we had about creating our own foundation, a couple of years ago when Dr. Moore first came on board, part of the discussion within creating our own foundation, before remaining with, obviously, our current ed foundation, our local ed foundation, was to also include within that foundation a grant writer for the purpose of, bringing in some funds for a foundation, or what a foundation would be used for. And I think after that, there were talks that you would use in-house personnel already, who have the talents and the skills to apply for some grants, which you have, but certainly at this point, I think we need to kind of bring someone else in on that front and really step it up a few notches there. The other thing that I'd like to kind of remind you, Mr. Fagan, that I've mentioned previously, I believe I've mentioned it a few times at a board meeting or a workshop, which is the ESSER transparency.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am, we're working on that. We have a couple of drafts. We're just not ready for prime time yet.
Perfect.
Okay. But
So-
it is in production. We've seen a couple of drafts, so it shouldn't be too much longer.
Perfect. So the reason why I'm mentioning that now is obviously because we're talking about the ESSER funds, and there have been some reports and some deep dives into school districts being held accountable for all of the funds that are coming in, millions and millions of funds, obviously, that are coming into several districts, and because it is government funded, or it's coming in from the government essentially, that at some point we're going to be held accountable for every single penny and reporting where these monies are being used within the district. Because what some don't know in the community by now is that ESSER funds were originally granted to schools throughout the pandemic, to keep us open throughout the pandemic. We're not there right now. We are not in a lockdown. We are not in a state of emergency. So to still receive ESSER funds, I worry, and I walk on eggshells here, because I don't want us spending this money that comes in, which is a blessing for us, in the wrong way, and then later on saying we have to let certain positions go because we no longer have more ESSER funds coming in, or we're going to be short in some particular place or another. So I want us to, and I've mentioned this before, what some of the other counties like Hillsborough did, and I think Lee County did, if you go on their website, you'll be able to see their complete transparent. This is what Mr. Fagan was just mentioning right now. It's a transparency page on ESSER funds. There is actually a meeting that had been held, and some of them have videos that are teaching the public what the ESSER funds are for. They're kind of like tutorials for the community, what they can be used for, where that district is using those funds. They've actually incorporated the community's feedback within the ESSER funds, and where the community thinks that those funds should be used more in, whatever that area might be, maybe CTE, maybe, something else, as feedback. Those were all included and posted up on their website, along with all of the budgets with regard to ESSER. And I don't have any doubt that you have not taken us through hills and valleys and brought us up, to the peak of the mountain right now. And I don't have any doubt in your abilities to make sure that we are doing the right thing. I just want us to be able, I want to be able to say, if someone has a question, here's where you can go, right? If we are using these monies in this particular fashion, or if some of the ESSER funds are being added into our general fund, I want us to be able to say $100,000 was put in our general fund, and the rest has been put in this bucket, whatever it, whatever the term would be. But so that we have one place there for just ESSER transparency.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair, if I can add, so far for all three of our ESSERs, we have complied with everything in the application. ESSER 1 has been fully expended, and we have not had any monitoring as of yet, other than a couple of questions. ESSER 3 was submitted, which was the $30 million. We only had 3 questions, and 2 of those questions were for charter schools. There was no other questions. So the application process was completed within their requirements, and there was no questions whatsoever. So
Okay.
I feel we'll be 100% compliant with whatever we put in the application, which was approved, is exactly what we'll spend it on.
And then that's going to be put on a website or something?
Yes, ma'am.
It might not happen now, but at some point, I believe lawmakers are discussing that. If not now, maybe in the next legislative session, in creating more transparency with the spending procedures surrounding the ESSER. So I just want us to get,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, in front of that. The next thing that I wanted to mention that came up earlier was with regard to, and it might be a little off topic, so forgive me, with regard to strategies for discipline and for bullying, and that as I was listening to board members, what came to mind were mitigating strategies, and how mitigating strategies or creating, you know, those wheel charts that you would, I don't know if you all from Mentoring Minds, if you've seen these wheel charts, Ms. Dampierre has seen them, where they have, you know, you can get a wheel chart for any topic, essentially, like ADD, ADHD, for children who have who need reading strategies implemented or interventions in the classroom, or in this case, it would be, you know, discipline and behavior. So you kind of look at this chart, you kind of, the front chart of it has this kind of wheel circle, and it has behaviors, and then you can turn the outside of the chart, and the strategies for that behavior would kind of be there. Have you seen that before?
In your mind, you have a very clear picture of it, but I'm going to have to see it.
I'll show it to you. Mrs. Dampierre has seen it. If some other people have seen it, that's wonderful. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Some of them are actually really, really good. But when you see it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Those are just more strategies or just more resources to be able to use, or to be able to incorporate in trainings, or to be able to maybe create our own with our own personnel that can actually address some of the data, like when I asked for discipline data. Why not include that, or include our own or other, you know, mitigating strategies within? You can create one of the charts that you love so much with the color coding and all of that. But it could be actually very effective for us to be able to take a look at that chart of the mitigating strategies, addressing the issues of the behavior that are showing up in some of the ODR reports. And then my last thing that I was going to ask that is not on topic, and I hope everybody is okay with this question, and if not, we can bring it up at another time. It might be very quick. Is there a way on board docs that we could kind of search? I've tried, I think I've talked to Nancy about this, search videos by topic, like what topics were discussed at certain of our
Like during our meetings?
Yeah. You know, where
Okay.
we have our, is there a way to do that? Is it not on board docs, or I know we can't do it on YouTube.
Through the chair, I know there are programs that allow you to do that. I know that. I don't know if it's within board docs or not, but I'm familiar with other districts that have programs and policy on, you know, 3142,
Yeah,
and it will pull up.
when we discussed
yeah.
it. I don't know if there is maybe topics of discussion or something that we can put somewhere.
Let us
So that
look.
it makes it easier, like when we're doing searches, like, oh, I know we talked about that. How can I search when we talked about that? And rather than having someone or ourselves or even Nancy or you know, look at entire videos, you know, 3 or 4 hours of workshop or meeting, there might be an easier way for us to just be able to kind of search, oh yeah, we talked about, you know, playgrounds on this date or that date. I don't know.
We can look. We can
You
look.
can look. I know that's not on topic, but, I mean, that's not on our agenda, but.
All right, so through the chair, that is the totality of the agenda as it was mentioned. I know there's a lot of asks, but if you were to go through and you align those asks to our strategic plan, I think it's almost to a board member on point regarding initiatives or strategies. A lot of them really dealt with refinements or enhancements to current programs to improve the output, which I think is exactly where we are as an organization. I will reference the grant writer, just want to acknowledge what Ms. Emerson has done. She's already met her grant goal for our strategic plan this year. If you look at the donations, I don't have a percent, but we have significantly enhanced, as board members reference almost every board meeting, the volume of donations. So a grant writer is something that we wanted to, initially, I wanted to hold on, so I wanted to have a strategic plan, and I wanted to ensure that we're writing towards the strategic plan. So I think now is the time, that's right, that is a priority for us going into our budget. But as I listen to the totality of the conversation, I think it's great that we have it in public. We continuously have those conversations in private. But if anyone was to go back and watch really this entire board meeting, you would say, you know, here's a board that's focused. Here's a board that really is holding true to its budget and ensuring that the resources, the limited resources that we as a system have, are focused on supporting our district strategic plan. And at the same time, pushing me not to just sustain the organization, but to grow the organization. And I think this was an absolutely outstanding workshop, and I'm done. But
I don't want us to forget that the African American Achievement Plan and our move to close the achievement gap with our African American students and everyone else. I know that it has not been mentioned here, but I don't want anyone in the district, outside of the district, to think that because it wasn't mentioned in any of our priorities, that it is not a priority of this board. So I'm hoping that board members would agree to that end.
absolutely there. Madam Chair.
Okay, I think when we're talking about all students, we're talking about all students.
All students,
Yeah.
but, you know.
All right, so with that, any objections to closing this meeting? All right, it is 4:02, this meeting is closed. Thank you.